It's 7 a.m. Do you know where your comment section is? It's endless. Oh, there was supposed to be music, you couldn't hear it. It's endless. Anybody remember the 1,000 comment battle from Kingdom Hearts 2? No, my brilliantly coordinated opening didn't work because I was muted. There we go. Okay, pretend this is the first time I'm saying it. It's 7 a.m. Do you know where your comment section is? It's endless. Good morning. Howdy, Cheese. Which FE should I play if I've never played one? I think that might actually be a record. Hang on. I'm gonna find this. I think we're going to need this because we're gonna be using it a lot. Media source. Give me a second here. I think this one I'll just leave active because I'm gonna be using this a lot. I gotta find it though. Is it in live red reaction? I have auto responses. I do have it. Hang on here. It's gonna be a little bit jank at the beginning.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline.
Then if I do this.
Hello?
And then this. And then this. Okay, there we go. This time for sure, sorry. Okay. Which Fire Emblem game should you start with? Good question.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For frequently asked Fire Emblem questions, press 8. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... For first-time Fire Emblem players, I recommend Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. It's incredibly easy, and you have some freedom, but not too much freedom. My favorite Fire Emblem game is Echoes, my favorite character is Kanas, and my favorite class is the Swordmaster. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Does that answer your question? I hope so, that's why I recorded it. So there we go. Now I never have to answer it again. I can just play that. Okay, let's see. There's some peeking here. There we go. So how much stuff is working? There's a lot of setup I have to do. We're gonna try and answer. Here's the music. We're gonna try and answer 1,000 comments. This kinda works, and I can make this bigger. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's a good format, right? Okay. Yes. Okay. Beautiful. So we do have a time limit. So the premiere of the Bandit Emblem Premium. Thank you for watching, guys. That started at 4 a.m. for me. And at 4:30 a.m., I got a message asking me to come into the office at 10 a.m. for a meeting. And I just said no. Because I'm gonna be fighting 1,000 comments. But I do have to be at a planned meeting at 3 p.m. And I probably need to start getting ready for that at 2 p.m. because I'm still in pajamas. So until 2 p.m., we're gonna try and defeat 1,000 comments. That's the plan. We're not gonna have the 1,000 Heartless music playing the entire time, but we are gonna start that way. So I think the last thing we need to do for, like, prep is... can we get some sort of counter? The calculator. I think if I can get the calculator visible to you guys, I can just add 10 each time. The calculator. And then we can add, like, increments of 10. I don't think we're going to be... I don't know if we're actually going to be reaching 1,000 comments. But we'll see what our high score is. Okay, add window? Window capture. Calculator. Okay, it's huge though. I don't need it to be this big. I think I can do this. Yes. Yes. And you guys don't actually need to see the buttons. Brilliant. Brilliant. There we go. And now we're ready for the 1,000 comment battle. Let me just make sure I can actually update it. It works! Okay. This is real jank. Okay, I think during all of that, I missed a macro transaction, so let me go up and, well, currently it's 0 comments. Okay, it does work. And if I minimize this, perfect, perfect. Okay, I did miss a macro transaction, I'm sorry. We have a $10 macro transaction from Marx's Rogue Mustache. I'm trying to get through the EV version stream, and here you are going live. Stop distracting me. Well, thank you for the $10 macro transaction. Please accept continuous distraction. There we go. Alright, how is the audio balancing, by the way? Is the music too loud? Am I too loud? If, I know that everybody says, oh, it's peak. But if my microphone is peaking, please let me know, because I can't actually hear anything. Music is too loud, I'll turn it down a bit. And then we're, I've turned the music down. Now it should be okay. And of course, we can change the music. I'm quieter than usual, but not too quiet? Okay. Here we go, alright. Now that we're balanced, let me just move this over slightly. Okay, I think this is good. The pipeline audio sounded pretty loud. It's always really loud when I load it in, but I turned it down, so next time it won't be nearly as loud. Okay, here we go. 10 minutes of battle prep to begin the 1,000 comment battle. And I guess we'll place... I mean, this is probably enough Sinister Shadows, right? Sinister Shadows for the first 10 comments, and then we'll switch to... let's just call it, probably like relaxing Kingdom Hearts music or something. But we have to at least start with Sinister Shadows. $9.99 macro transaction from Dede Dank. If only I wasn't using an Apple device, then I could get to 10. Thank you for the donation.
One of the keys to Apple is Apple's an incredibly collaborative company.
I mean, you've really put a big investment in our country. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple.
Applejack's 30% of your donation. Wake up, Mareeple!
We've got to have money.
Jacked. No thanks to Tim Apple. No, thank you for the macro transaction. I honestly have no idea how they get away with this. It should be criminal. And Terry Davis just typed, it's even better than bad apple. He really typed rotten apple. I can't believe they get to just take 30%. It's insane. How are they allowed to do this? Okay, the calculator is on the wrong layer. Not calculated. If it's under $10, they don't take a cut? No, they take a cut of everything. So if you donate from the YouTube app of an Apple device, so like an Apple iPhone specifically, this is how it would work. So if you donated $10, you get charged $10. Where's the calculator? Okay. You get charged $10. YouTube takes 30% of that, which I think is fine, right? YouTube does a ton. I think it's fair that they take some of it. Then from that remaining 70%, Apple then takes 30% of that. So I end up getting about $5. Why does Apple take 30% of it? What did they do? And like the super scummy thing about Apple, even scummier than that, is for apps to get approved on the App Store, you cannot point people to ways to dodge the Apple tax. If you do that, then Apple will remove your app from the App Store. Actually criminal. This is why I think they got sued by like Fortnite or Fortnite's company. It's crazy. How can they get away with this? Okay, let's answer some comments. What about using the browser on an Apple device? That's safe. I think Safari is safe. Alright. Looks like there's no inappropriate comments. So here we go. I think we'll increment the calculator every 10 comments. So we have to keep track of up to 10 at a time. Whoosh. Wow, comment on this is a live stream. So this is Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. This is the Orc campaign. Probably my least favorite campaign in vanilla Warcraft 3. Greatest Tactician Azeroth kills off dozens of Kodo. More to follow at 11. A necessary sacrifice. You can trust me. Trust. Mukhtar Ogar. Reply. That's one. Swansea Ian with a €10 macro transaction. Thank you for the macro transaction. I think that's booty, right?
Come here, booty!
Hi, Cheese. I bought an apartment. Bought as in you own it? Wow. Now that that's done, it means more funding for the YTC Institute. Congratulations. I'm guessing in France, right? Three minutes ago, this is actually a comment on Bandit Emblem. Breaking out of prison made Cheese turn into an outlaw. We need to give him support. That or turn him into a blue unit. I think this is true. I hear that in Germany, escaping prison is not considered an additional crime because it's human nature to seek freedom. I mean, if you're actually from Germany, please feel free to correct me, but I think that's actually true. And you know I'm definitely German because you've heard me say Bummels. 7 minutes ago, comment from Prometheus. Should have given the Hoplon guard to Vathel, you would have lived. Hoplon guard should give defense on equip like the Night Ward. Part of the, that's 3 comments, right? No, that's 1, 2, 3. Yes. Oh, the AI comments. This is another thing we need to keep track of. My Heartless battle. Okay, well, that's enough of the Heartless. Let's go relaxing. KH music. Volume 2. This might be a little bit... This might be a little bit dangerous. As long as there's no lyrics, we're probably fine. Sanctuary! There we go. It's not just Germany, it's also Belgium, Netherlands, Sweden, Austria, Mexico, Chile, and Brazil. Wow. If you're German, pronounce the Dino line correctly. Dino, Zweiles, High Dragon. Because it's Ein, Zwei, Drei, right? I think. It's my best try. Oh, it's Dearly Beloved. Failed. Ein and Zwei were correct, right? Is it Dre or is it Dry? I tried. Dry. Proven fake. I guess this is related to Germany, but I don't know if this is true. I heard that to test, like, German spies, you would ask them to pronounce squirrel, like the animal, like Pachirisu. And apparently it's very difficult for them to pronounce. So if they couldn't say squirrel, you knew they were a spy, so you shot them. I don't know if that's true, though. Okay, about these AI comments, we might make a short video about AI replacing YouTubers. So keep an eye out for these bizarre AI comments. 10-hit pin missile from JRPG Rick.
Come here, booty!
Nice 10-hit pin missile, thank you. Okay, comment number 4. Hopefully this doesn't sound patronizing, but seriously, it's good to see Cheese taking a step in the right direction to being happier. It's really easy to just get stuck and not change things that make you unhappy, especially with regards to work. Comment on Pokemon Prison. We do have AI options. I'll just have to do this if I want to see my family. I'm still gonna get paid for it. Okay, these comments neither sound like me nor make any sense. This is an AI comment. Nothing wrong with being patronizing. I think the camera's too low. There we go. Hi, Okay, more AI options on this one. Hi, Cheese. Hi. Don't call me Cheese. I don't like it. This is an AI comment. Feel free to call me Cheese. It's my name. This AI is worthless. This is 6, right? If I hit 10 comments and don't realize, please tell me. 15 minutes ago. I hope the number of times you say, "Come here, booty," doesn't negatively impact your dating life. Well, it couldn't be going much worse. May as well. Recklessly? Boldly. There we go. Bold. This is 7? 17 minutes ago. Who needs lance units when you've got a sword reaver reaved? Surely the Netflix adaptation of Bandit Emblem will feature Keanu. Yeah, I was gonna say Keanu Reeves. Is this 8 or 9? I sort of wish there was a way to auto. Oh, I can just count, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It was only 7. It was 8. Maybe we should update every 5. Hello, cheese. Don't call me cheese. I don't like it. This is actually the Pokemon tier list. One of the challenges with answering comments is for the person commenting on the video, they just watched the video, right? So it's fresh in their mind, whatever it is. But for some of these videos will have been made like years ago by me, so I have to try and figure out what it is they actually meant. Or what it is they're referring to. So this is the Pokemon Games tier list. Hello, Omar. Don't call me Omar. Or at least add the honorific ogre. This is the relaxing Kingdom Hearts mix. Is this relaxing? I don't think this is relaxing at all. Out of every Pokemon game, Gen 2 probably has the most heart and soul poured into it. However, I think out of the pre-3D era, it aged the worst. Replaying the Gen 1 and 2 back-to-back, I unironically think Kanto is a better designed region. I don't dislike it enough to call it overrated and underrated, but it's in the bottom half of my favorites list. Maybe one of these days I'll try Crystal Legacy or something. Gotta say, it's why the remakes were Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Okay, that's 9, right? And this is 10. Remember to take a birthday goodie bag on your way out of the party room. Hope it has Reese's Puffs. Peanut butter chocolate flavor. Do we have like a rapping emoji? Not really. Just put Bandit. There we go. Alright. 10. Let's do it every 5. This is getting hard to keep track of. I don't think we're gonna reach 1,000. $5 microtransaction from Mint. The stream is sponsored by Mint Mobile. Just want to thank you for keeping me sane with your tier list content. Thank you. Well, I work for 2+ years now. That being said, Gen 5 abilities, Black and White 2 when? It's endless. It's endless. We'd probably do Black and White 2 before that. We'd have to play Black and White 2 first. So I guess my answer is eventually. I don't think that really helps. Okay, this is relaxing music. This is not relaxing music, though.
Hello? Is this thing on? Is there anyone out there? Am I all alone? I need a bigger axe.
I need a bigger axe. I got that mug from a Hershey's Park. Ooh, interesting. What if yours had the longest sequence of you dressed as Red and being in a battle? Probably Crystal Legacy. Or do you mean like actually me in the battle? Then maybe Pokemon Stadium highlights. Pokemon Stadium highlights has audio spike. Where? In my mic, or is the bigger axe too loud? As I said in a recent video, you just did a playthrough of Black and White 2 in my own time. Yes, I could make the tier list based on my experience, but I'd want to do it after a full playthrough, because then there'd be more... I'd be able to get, like, all the B-roll and stuff from that. If you add 1 to the total and calculate, you just hit the equal sign and it'll be a counter? Oh, really? Five-hit pin missile from Smash You 75. Thank you for the 5-hit pin missile. We can smile dangerously, right? Nice 5-hit pin missile. Let's see, if I refresh, I think it makes all the ones I already answered disappear. So we want to refresh every 5, I think. Stop gaming the system. High imported cheese. Don't call me cheese, I don't like it. I don't have to explain that it's AI because you clearly saw this. 1. Cheese won't see this comment to find out there's a plot to destroy big fire types by the grass Illuminati. I heard it through the grapevine. Courtesy of Grass God 420. It's 2. Will we do XY in October for the Halloween theming of the game going bad and to build hype for ZA? Probably not. It depends on what's revealed about ZA. Is this Thracia remake on GBA? We had to do self-capture strats. It must be. What FE game would you recommend? I only played Switch ones. It's endless. It's endless, but I did actually fix the audio.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For frequently asked Fire Emblem questions, press 8. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... For first-time Fire Emblem players, I recommend Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. It's incredibly easy, and you have some freedom, but not too much freedom. My favorite Fire Emblem game is Echoes, my favorite character is Kanas, and my favorite class is the Swordmaster. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
It's endless. I hope that answered your question. It sort of depends on what kind of Fire Emblem game you like. But if you can play both of Ike's games, 9 and 10, then maybe those together are my favorite. His birthday was tomorrow? Shouldn't have trusted me. There we go. That's 4, right? Imagine having only the Switch as an example. You have two games that couldn't be further apart. I think Engage is pretty close to vanilla. Not quite. It's definitely still very different. But Three Houses is completely wild, and also I don't really like it. I'm so excited for the Kirby stream. Ah, okay. Well, I should explain this one. Kirby was planned, but I was ambushed by too many IRL tasks to get everything ready. True story. That's 5, right? Oh, there we go. The Yakult. Yakult is actually not the problem. So, the Yakult stuff, despite me getting a message at 4:30 a.m. asking me to come in for a 10 a.m. meeting, which I just said, no, I'll see you at 3:30. The Yakult stuff doesn't actually take that long. The main thing is I have some translation requests that I was ambushed by. And that took me like 2 full days. So that took a long time, and I have another one this week that I'm also being ambushed by. I thought it was like a 2 to 5 minute translation and explainer video, which I could do no problem. But it turns out it's actually 50 minutes, so it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. I think at this point, I might not review the... I might not redo the contract, because I think I care about the time more than the money. Mr. Cheese, I've watched like 50 hours of your vids, thank you. All from years ago. Saw your live though, must say you're looking good, thank you. Turns out there's not really much you can do. Except, I guess, work out when you're stuck in Pokemon prison. Why did they send me to prison? I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
So begins the trial of Bandit Lord Omar the Ogre. What say you in your defense?
Go a few days without jerking your belly and see how civilized you act. Do your worst.
So be it. For your crimes against the kingdom and her people, we sentence you to Pokemon prison.
No. No, please, anything but that. No. 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 I'm sorry.
No justice in this world. Hope you enjoyed the handcuffs. It's just the headphones. Oh, this is prison music. Usually this is when you meet, like, Roxas, right? Comment on Bandit Emblem. I made the Lansford or something I've never been. One and threw it together super quickly so I wouldn't miss much of this stream. I'm not sure what that means. And I searched Final Lance to get a lance for the joke, but I just used the first art for one that I found, but I wasn't paying enough attention to realize the Killer Lance art looks more like a spear than a lance. I'm sorry for not realizing before it was too late. I'm a bit confused about what this means. I'm afraid I don't know anything about lances. Locked axes. It's one of the jokes from the document. It might have escaped the review. Golden Sun mentioned. Isaac playable in Smash next. In Smash, guys. Here's my Smash conspiracy. I am fully convinced that Monster Hunter was supposed to be a DLC character for Ultimate. For sure. The weapon swap mechanic would have been Monster Hunter. And then I think what happened was Three Houses was a runaway success, and we know that Sakurai loves Fire Emblem. So I think what they made them do was retool Monster Hunter into Byleth. I guarantee that's what happened, because it is absolutely bizarre that Rathalos, a Monster Hunter monster, is a boss in Smash Ultimate, but there's no playable Monster Hunter characters. I am 1000% convinced that is what happened. I have no evidence for this, but it's true. Was that 3 comments or 2? 2, right? So 3 more? Or was it 3? I'm already getting lost. Oh, Traverse Town. Is this Hatchet hard mode? Hatchet by Gary Paulson is easy reading, even though I spelled Hatchet wrong. .90 accuracy. I hope the enemies don't have swords. Hopes dashed. Okay, there we go. We can increment by 5 again, right? I think. Can I count from the top? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not good thing I checked. I'm 1 short. No dishonesty here. Thracia best Fire Emblem. You can't fool me. Bishop Veld. It's very polarizing. If I just press equals, it should increment, right? Very nice. Cage music in the stream, hope you're doing it demonetized. As long as it's not lyrical, we should be okay. Eld. The Hawkeye, definitely gaming the system here. April 2nd is going to be hype FE4 remake. I'll see you there. It's gonna be great. That's 1. 6 minutes ago by Mirkwood, again on the Bandit Emblem stream. All the times you mentioned booty on stream, you were sounding like Ash from Mega Man ZX Advent. I have no idea who that is. Despite being a sequel of a spin-off, it has voice acting on the DS. Technology is incredible. Unfortunately, the most profitable franchise in the world can't afford to do anything like that. I only know Ash from the hit series Fire Emblem. 3 Houses. Free lockpick. Must be a good unit. We can actually use the poor emote because I believe he can picklock because he grew up on the streets. I think. I didn't use him. I hear he's bad. Didn't I answer this? What is this? Okay, this actually might get claimed because they're lying. Let's do this. Oh, this Chrono Cross mix I like. It's got some sick beats. Let's try this. Answered 2, so 3 more. Crook? You have any evidence for that accusation? To fit 1,000 comments in 12 hours, we'd have to hit 84 per hour. I don't think we're gonna hit 1,000. Can we hit 500? 1, 2, 3. This looks neat. Can't wait to check it out myself. Good idea. Question from Stephen Muller 7745 on Bandit Emblem. Why are your units red? Because society painted us as the bad guys. See? It's all about the narrative. That's 5, right? We did it. Refresh. Sometimes it doesn't actually work. More people calling me a crook? The only crook here is you. Faker. Exported cheese. 1. D.D. Donald's temporary close due to the meeting of the occult. We'll open in a few weeks. We will eventually be using the wonderful McDDD's stuff, but I didn't want to rush Kirby 64. I wanted to make sure that I would be able to actually do everything, potentially including getting all of the crystal shards as well. And I think today, with the time limit, we're doing comments because we can escape at any point, even if we don't hit 1,000. But we will be doing Kirby 64 eventually. $5 microtransaction from Drifting Breath, who says, "Hey Cheese, missed the last few streams but managed to catch the Bandit Emblem Premium. Love the ending, glad the interns were able to cheer things up. It was a lovely birthday party, thank you. We can seize this booty."
Come here, booty!
Seized. We have FE8 Premium at home. I have to keep fighting off IRL reinforcements. That's true, it is Svansi's comment. I bet he typed it from his new apartment, right? One, 2, 3. Well, we know how to respond to this one on every video, nice and easy. Small ghost. Actually, I am away for work. Well, at least you have an apartment to return to. I guess I do as well. Oh, AI comment. This is on Pokemon Prison. I found your channel through the Gen 1 glitches and have been lurking ever since. That's true, I don't remember seeing this PFP before, but I feel like they would watch a Kirby 64 playthrough. Haven't touched a new Pokemon release since Y and Omega Ruby. That's actually, those are both the versions I played as well. Can't help but suspect the main series is switch from handheld devices to consoles without leveraging expectations or development time, because the money's still good, is what really hurts the quality of the games, but I'm sure there are other factors. That's how I'll stick around to see whatever you decide to do next. That's a well-reasoned comment. I'm not going to disrespect them with an AI response here, but I think I actually would say both of these, so in this case, the AI comments are actually correct. A broken clock is right twice a day, right? The Switch was a mistake. Appreciate the lurker support. This was an AI comment. Our hopes for the franchise lie in third-party devs and fan games. There we go. That's 5, right? Yep. Well, we can definitely get into the hundreds at least. We need like an AoE attack for these comments. Ooh, Pangoro Panic. Okay, the very annoying thing is that sometimes even replying doesn't make them disappear. Very annoying. By the way, if you have comments in the, or not comments, but just something you want to ask me in the live chat, please at me. If you at Imported Cheese, then it highlights it for me, so I know to, like, look at it. But at the same time, I'm trusting you to not just, like, troll me, so please actually only at me if it's something I can actually respond to. Pangoro Panic. F's for Pangoro, by the way. Real sad that it got basically replaced by the other Kung Fu Panda, which is just way stronger in gameplay and like has the same design aesthetics and like the same typing, right? Why did they do this? Oh, Urshifu, yeah, sure. It's your favorite Xenoblade game, Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Will you play Z-Day? Yes, we will. Mostly because I think people will watch it, and I think we can have fun with it. Maybe not the game itself, but the plan currently depends on what more information they reveal about it, but the plan currently is I Am Legends ZA, so the streets look really abandoned and empty. So that's going to be our plan. We are one of the last human survivors, and we're going to be reclaiming Lumio City for humanity. Against this Pokemon invasion. That's our plan. And probably we're just going to be Insane Dimitri as our character. This is the plan, because he used spears. So we'll have a spear as well. We were betrayed by Beedrill, took our eye, and now we want vengeance against Pokemon. That's our plan. But that might change depending on what details they reveal. Why is Grass the best type for in-game? I trusted you. Is Grass God 420 your sock puppet account? People compare PLZ Day to this game to prove how much better the graphics have gotten. However, that's not saying much. They started at the bottom and moved up to mid-indie game in terms of graphics. That should be unacceptable for a quality franchise such as Pokemon. I think mid-indie games were... I think indie games overall look better. Pokemon's graphics are bafflingly bad. I actually have no idea how it's possible for it to look so bad. Who knows, maybe Lumios will be as interesting as Midgard from FF7. I have to say, I was really worried about FF7 Remake Part 1 because it takes place entirely in the city of Midgard. I think I have to say, I really liked Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 1. I really liked it. I think part of the reason why I liked it so much was because it was linear. It's great. None of this stupid fluff. Here's a cool story. I also vibe with the, I guess, the meta-narrative of the devs themselves being like, well, do we change the story or not? No matter what we do, people are going to be pissed. So let's just trust ourselves. Oh, this was a very quick mini review of Legends Arceus that I made after only the first day of playthrough, where I was, I think, a lot more positive than my overall opinion, because my overall opinion on Legends Arceus ended up being very negative. If I had to rate Legends Arceus out of 10, I'd probably give it like a 3 out of 10. For context, I think I would probably name my favorite Pokemon game of all time, like Heart Gold and Soul Silver, I'd probably give it like a 7 out of 10. It's okay. I agree mostly with this review. It was nice to see how honest you were throughout the review. I'm going to see how your Legends EA review will be, if you do one, that is. I'm almost certain it will be negative. Thought Stadium 2 is my favorite Pokemon game. It definitely is now. I would give Stadium 2 a 9, maybe? In context of when it was released. That's 2. We already answered this one. It's the bandit life for me. I gotta make sure it's not Yoo-hoo. Yo-ho! Bandit. That's 3, right? Pokemon Prison comment. I suspect Pokemon fans who only ever play this same single type of game again and again are actually rotting out with limited ability they have to find and appreciate new experiences in other aspects of their lives. I'm not sure I'd go that far. But they definitely are depriving themselves of better games. I think that's fair. There's a comment that somebody made on a comment as in like the person reviewing the game made in a review I recently watched, where it was, life's too short for okay games. I think that's true. There are so many extremely high quality games out there that just being okay is not enough. Like, the most valuable currency is time, right? I've already spent 31 years. What do I have to show for it? I'm not gonna be playing these, like, bloatware games where it's just endless fetch quests. Speaking of bloatware games with endless fetch quests, here's a comment on a RuneScape video. Good luck with the live Cheester. I loved playing bad American game RuneScape. Credit to the Brits for this game. And that's 5, right? Okay, focused on 5, so now I can update this. Oh my god, only 35 answered. Might need a small mine-in for all the negativity. Shadow Red is basically just a negative emote. Would you ever stream a Mega 10 game? Megas are back. I think they're just too long. I'm not saying never, but if we were to do a Mega 10 game, we'd probably just do like Persona, right? What games would you give a 10 out of 10? Maybe Sekiro? I can't really think of anything I dislike about Sekiro. We ever make a return to the formerly critically acclaimed MMO with a generous free trial? That's Final Fantasy XIV, for those who aren't familiar with the relentless free trial propaganda. Maybe, but then I would never make another video again. It's too addictive. Although I hear the current expansion is not good. So we might do just like a story playthrough, because I stopped at Stormblood, and I hear, no spoilers please, but I hear that the stories for Shadowbringers and Endwalker are both really good, and the canon class for Shadowbringers is Dark Knight, and the canon class for Endwalker is Paladin. Those are both tank classes, and tank classes are my favorite anyway. So we could play Shadowbringers as a Dark Knight, and then we could switch to Paladin and play Endwalker, and then just pretend that Final Fantasy XIV ended there. Tanks represent? Did you know that I'm small in real life? Because I'm small in real life, in this fantasy game, I like being a big guy who can protect my friends.
Hey, nerd, if you're so smart, let me ask you a question. Ah!
Chopped. Playing a tank is the hardest job easily. It's definitely the hardest to learn. There's a lot of pressure on you. But I really like the tank experience because, well, first, you feel really cool. Because the boss is actually fighting you directly, right? And then the gameplay itself is, like, simpler. Usually it's, like, a very simple rotation of, like, specific chops. And then when the boss does a scary move, you'd use a defensive cooldown. But what I really like about tanks is that it's sort of like you're also playing as the boss. Because, where you move, the boss follows. And if your team pisses you off, you can just run into your team and have the boss AoE kill them. But, I mean, I would never do that, right? That wouldn't be me. That'd be a mean thing to do. Metagrave with a 10-hit pin missile. Thank you for the 10-hit pin missile. 10 more infections.
Come here, booty!
I'm average size, Cheese. I wish. I'm 5'4", just like 165 centimeters. I am very small. I think I am bottom 5%. So don't count on me to body block any AoEs. Three, 4. Okay, so it's a refresh. We got 35. But people don't like playing tanks because it's a lot of pressure. You're expected to lead the group because you have to go in first. So if you don't know what you're doing, it's very obvious. And as the tank, you die first. All the time. Which isn't that big of a deal in FF14. Because usually, if you die as a tank, everyone else dies too. So it's not like you're the only one who suffers. I think usually the tank death is the one thing that's unrecoverable. So like, if the healer dies, depending on how damaged the boss is, you can maybe still win. Like, it's going to be an uphill battle, but especially if you're like a paladin who can heal yourself, all hope is not lost. If the DPS die, usually the boss still dies, just slower. But if the tank dies, it's over. Everyone dies. So you really are the first and last line of defense. Let's be honest, Pokemon is just worse SMT. Another mega game. Megas are back, though. Trying to rip off Megaten. If the tank dies, it's the healer's fault. If the healer dies, it's the tank's fault. If DPS die, it's their own fault. I guess that's fair. Although healers can also just stand in fire and die. Comment on Pokemon Prison. Hey, Cheese, I've been a viewer long enough to know you're gonna hate this. Oh, I know Luis Rodriguez. Okay, but I would love to see more tier list for older Pokemon games like Sun and Moon. Older? What do you mean? Sun and Moon came out last year. We're going in order. We'll get there eventually. Tries to live an honest life and gets thrown in prison. No more. No more cycles. No more endless options for renewal. No more Mr. Nice Cheese. This time they'll find if they still like my tackle. We can go to Japanese for this, right? There we go. I should probably explain this, because this does come up a lot. If I can find it. A lot of stuff to sift through here. Ore no tackle wa dou da? Comes from the... Well, obviously, you guys know who this is, right? Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Infamous English speech, but most of the English dialogue is like complete fanfic. He doesn't say this stuff in Japanese. So it's the part where it's really as the battle begins. And then I think Raiden says like, "What are you?" or like, "The hell are you thinking?" And then Armstrong just tackles him. "Played college ball, you know." "Yeah, it's some cushy Ivy League. Try University of Texas." That's what he says in English, but in Japanese, what Raiden says is unarmed, then he gets tackled. And then Armstrong says, "Ore wa sportsman da. Ore no tackle wa dou da?" I used to be an athlete. I just like my tackle. So whenever we get tackled, which happens a lot in Pokemon, we gotta say, "Ore no tackle wa dou da? I just like my tackle." That's 3, so 2 more. Okay, I know this one. Even without going to the time code here, I know exactly what this is. This was that absolutely insane dialogue in Pokemon Black and White, where this old guy, like, you just enter his house, and then his wife is cooking, and then he says, "Yeah, my wife shuts up while she's cooking. All the better for me, I don't have to listen to her yapping." It's like paraphrased, but it's absolutely crazy that that's real dialogue in like a 2010 Nintendo game. It's crazy.
The future is not written.
Actual 2001 4chan forum dialogue. I was there. I was there in 2001. Well, maybe not that early. 3Con. It's 4, right? So 1 more. Omar the Ogre crit my heart. I will willingly hand over all my G, I'm guessing that's gold. And if he wants to cleave me in twain with his iron axe to gain from experience, I accept my fate. Interesting. Potential S support? Go with Bandit. Add Paris as well. There we go. And that's 5, right? Refresh. And increment. Well, we are going to get into the hundreds. Okay, 1 hour and we've done 40. But we also had to set up. I'd love to see a more in-depth sushi tutorial on the Stadium Legacy video minigame footage. Oh, just the explanation that they actually are saying things. So the things they call out during the sushi minigame in Stadia 1, like, it actually tells you what the next item is. but it's in Japanese, so probably most English speakers don't know what they're actually saying. But luckily, the item also appears, right? So understanding what they're saying isn't really an advantage, because you can just look at it and know what it is. The main thing is that it clarifies what the items actually are. Except for the tea? Which I thought was wasabi, but the green stuff I think is just tea. This is a lovingly crafted ROM hack, edited by Exported Cheese. I wonder what they said initially. I'll agree with you this once, faker. That's one. Grundy Nepbane, I see their name a lot. 2 minutes ago, they say, since it's Fire Emblem adjacent, would you be interested in playing Valkyria Chronicles? Fortunately, I've never heard of it. So, I can't say I will be playing it anytime soon. I know the FE7 Valkyries are really strong. That's all I know. Pokemon Prison 9 minutes ago. I would have liked to see a proper remake of the Kanto games in the Switch era. Oh, an improvement on the mechanics and vision of the original games that could capture the essence of Kanto in its prime. Instead, we had Pokemon Let's Go, Pikachu, and Eevee, and things haven't improved since. I love Kanto. Hypno. Let's Go as an onboarding game for filthy Go casuals is further evidence that casuals infect and ruin everything. Mobile. I fully believe that casuals are worse than competitive players when it comes to gatekeeping. I think casuals, their criticisms come from a place of fear. They don't want to look more deeply into these properties they claim to be fans of, for fear that what they might find will cause them to dislike, or at least have to confront, flaws with the franchise. Whereas competitive, true fans, their criticisms come from a true place of passion for whatever franchise it is. Casuals must be destroyed. All of them. Okay, maybe not all of them. 1, 2, 3. 2 more, because we answered this one already. Rare, authentic, honest, and solemn cheese. Love it. This implies that I'm usually not authentic. In edited videos? It's not possible. And one more brings us to 5, right? Finally, green glitches with chat after 4,000 years. Even... I forget, who's the really tall guy in Legends ZA? Az, okay. Only had to wait 3,000 years, right? Old for sure. Guys, I have a plan for Green Glitches 11, but it's probably going to be the last one that will then lead into a Glitch Pokemon only playthrough finale. The reason why it's taking forever is because of my specific plan, okay? But, like, actually, eventually. 45. Comment from Snowblind77. I'm now interested in Fire Emblem. Where to start, O Bandit King? I hope they're watching the stream.
Hello, and thank you for calling the Automated Imported Cheese Content Pipeline. Your inquiry is important to us. For frequently asked Fire Emblem questions, press 8. Please hold while we connect you with a representative. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes. Thank you for your patience. The answer to your inquiry is... For first-time Fire Emblem players, I recommend Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. It's incredibly easy, and you have some freedom, but not too much freedom. My favorite Fire Emblem game is Echoes, my favorite character is Kanas, and my favorite class is the Swordmaster. Thank you, and we look forward to any future inquiries.
Oh, almost perfectly timed. I hope that answered your question. I went to the bathroom. So convenient. Well, there we go. I hope that answered your question. Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. Very good starting point. It's super easy, and I let me be clear. I think there's a big difference between, like, easy games and casual games. I don't think somebody's a casual for enjoying an easy game. Like, Kirby is piss easy. But I think you can still have a lot of fun with that. But I do have to respond to this comment, even though they're in the chat, but I'm glad you're interested in Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the Game Boy Advance. We'll make it look really sacred. For the GBA. Music's back. One. Olimar Q7 9 hours ago. So, we've answered 45 comments, but we haven't even defeated 1 day of comments. Hey, geez, I see you're becoming a dual type right before very eyes. Which Fire Emblem game is the best for newcomers? I'm not playing it again. I didn't even notice this was the comment under it. It's endless. It's endless.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew.
Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you! Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's truly endless. I recommend Fire Emblem 8, The Sacred Stones for the GBA. Same commenter as above. We have, oh my god, we have AI answers. It seems this cheese creature is a stage 3 evolution. Currently, it is on its first stage, where it currently has a single type. Once it evolves, it'll be a dual type in the third stage of evolution. When it breaks out from its Pokemon prison, it will return back to a single type. Oh. I've not seen any cases of Pokemon evolving from a dual type and losing one of its types. I need to conduct more research on these creatures. And the AI replies, "You think I'm stupid? I don't have to answer to you." Why is it so aggressive? This is an AI comment. Shedding its rock type. There we go. Replied. So that's what? 1, 2, 3. But it took forever because we had to pipeline and face endless insanity. 9 hours ago. Oh, this is nice. My younger brother says his voice makes me laugh by default. Not because you're a joke, but because he associates hearing your voice with peak entertainment and content. Ooh, we're gonna watch whatever you post, Lamau. Trust? That's so nice. I trust you. I trust you. It actually turns out that most comments are actually nice. It's just that some of them are from GrassGod420. I think I missed a microtransaction. $2 microtransaction from Perilous Paradigm.
Come here, booty!
Who says, Omar, elite speedrun pissing any % completed. Have you seen Big Bill Hells? I don't know if that's a real commercial or a parody, but they're the home of challenge pissing. If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Something like that. I forget what the actual prize was for challenge pissing. But I guess it is not piss easy. It's a parody, yeah. I feel like they really couldn't air something like that on TV, even in like the 80s. Obviously, we can't watch it here. It's wildly inappropriate, even though most of our viewers are my age, 20 to mid-30s. Kaspar, the European lawyer. The name for Glitchard should have been Glizzardon. Can I legally use that? That's 5, right? We got it. Okay, so 1 hour we got 50 comments. Whoops. It's endless. We actually haven't, Well, 1 hour we can stretch our legs, right? You guys want to visit a village with me?
All right, peasants. Your money or your life? What's it gonna be?
Please, have mercy.
I guess you stinking peasants are good for something. As for the rest of them, got 'em like goldines!
Well, if they didn't want to die, they should have paid. Your money or your life. Choose wisely. Thank you to the mighty Patreons for, I guess, paying my... Well, not ransom. I guess submitting to my demands, although it wasn't their best interests. What Pokemon ROM hack do you suggest for a Gen 1er trying to get into FE? Bait used to be believable exported cheese. Poke Emblem. It's endless. It's endless. It's endless. Don't worry, Tentacruel is really good in Gen 5. This is on the Emerald Legacy tier list. Also in Gen 4 Ubers as a lead. What's Deoxys Speed gonna do? I mean, Tentacruel is also good in Gen 3. Tentacruel treated cruelly by the Gen 2 special split, but Tentacruel's still pretty good. I think it just has a kind of a poor reputation because it's so common. So you'd think it wouldn't be very good, but it is really good. It's just good. I answered this one already. It's very annoying when the replies don't actually filter out. When the Lordling wants to become something special, but the Brigands start pulling out the trade strats. I'm the greatest tactician. Tactician in Lansford. This town is ours. That's 4, so 1 more, right? I would have liked to watch you do Xenoblade related videos, but I suppose you need more than one person to actually watch them. I probably shouldn't have started at the DLC. Of the 3rd game. Maybe we'll play Xenoblade Chronicles. Xenoblade Chronicles is my favorite entry in the Xenoblade series. It's probably one of my favorite games ever. I really like it. It's like it's definitely a JRPG. If you don't like JRPG tropes, you're not gonna like Xenoblade Chronicles. But if you love friends, if you like screaming attack names, if you like killing gods, and if you like MMO gameplay because it plays like a single-player MMO, then you'll love Xenoblade Chronicles. $5 microtransaction from Boxed Fox Studio. Thank you for the microtransaction.
Come here, booty!
And ask, would you recommend playing Fire Emblem with any outside information, growth rates, recruitment conditions, or going in completely blind? That's a tricky question. I think I would mostly say like a limited guide would be nice. Typically recruitments. I don't think you need to know growth rates. I think that's kind of like how knowing about EVs, IVs, and natures in Pokemon kind of ruins the experience. Because in Pokemon, you can just face roll and win anyway. But if you know that it's not optimal, then you're like, oh, I'm making mistakes. You don't need to know growth rates. But I think usually looking up recruitments or like bonus chapter conditions is actually good to improve a first playthrough. What I would typically do would be maybe if you follow like a guide online, like chapter by chapter. Oh, okay, so Serenese Forest, the website, has recruitment conditions. I think recruitment conditions are the main thing that you need to know to like not miss out on content. But as for like growth rates, who's good and who's bad, if you're playing on like normal, especially if you're like inexperienced or new to the series, just use whoever. It doesn't matter. Like we were playing on hard mode in our FE7 game. We were using the worst units in the series or in the game. It's like no problem. But it's the worst units in the game, but I also know what I'm doing and I know what's going to happen. The main thing that using good units does is it just makes the game easier. Even the worst units can clear the game no problem. How many comments was that? 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that is 5. Comment. It's Olyo! Olyo, thank you for the wonderful heroes art for Omar the Ogre. Sorry for the delay in actually making the premium, but I got ambushed by IRL projects. But I did manage to make it. And it was only thanks to you actually making a thumbnail, otherwise I wouldn't have done it. But we got comments during the premiere of people praising the thumbnail, as always. The Olyo thumbnails are awesome. The Pokemon Prison one is also an Olyo thumbnail. I think if you click on Olyo's name, it'll take you to her channel. So she's also in Pokemon Prison. But she makes Pokemon videos too. 3 seconds ago. It's endless. We're not making any progress. Buzzwolio here. I'm very glad you're able to get this highlight so fast. When I said that I'm sorry it took 1 week, I meant I really pushed myself. Really pushed myself past my limits to get this highlight out so fast. Good work, Cheese. I really respect how much heart, soul, blood, and tears you put into this channel. It shows to keep up the great work. This is so nice. Thank you. Jealous of Buzzswole's constat. No way Buzzswole loses speed to any weapon. Buzzswole's huge. Thinking about what edited Fire Emblem videos we could make, there's a couple candidates. I think there's going to be a stat tier list. I already bought a costume for it. You'll never guess what stat I think is the worst. But the stat tier list, I think I would actually just do myself, like offline, and then upload it. Except for one stat, Constitution. I think Constitution would be its own video. I think we could talk about everything to do with Constitution in like 12 minutes, which I think would be a good length. And we also already have like a good title for the video, because I can just call it, I hate the Constitution. And that'll bait some people. I don't like the constat because it's kind of unintuitive. It's very like confusing for new players. It's rampant sexism because it just makes female units worse for like no reason. I don't really think it adds anything. I like how Tellius did it, where strength actually negates weapon weight, but at that point, like, why is weapon weight even in the game? Because by the end of the game, usually your units just have enough strength that weapon weight doesn't exist, with the exception of mages. And then, like, Constitution interacting with magic just makes no sense. Like, are you telling me... So, like, let's think about, what is Constitution in regards to magic? I was trying to think through this. So, is it the difficulty of the spell you're casting? No, right? Because the difficulty of the spell is the weapon rank. Is it the length of the spell you're casting? I think that kind of makes sense. Like, maybe the incantation for Elfire is longer than fire, so it takes you longer to cast it, so that actually slows you down in combat. I think that is maybe, like, the most reasonable interpretation of weight for tomes. But if that's the case, why is it negated by, like, the size of your biceps? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, I think it literally is that these nerds are so weak, they literally cannot pick up a book.
Hey, nerd, if you're so smart, let me ask you a question. Ah!
Which is ridiculous. There's no way that's what it actually is in universe, right? I think the only way to make, like, a con stat make sense for spellcasters would be to make it, like, your memory or something. So kind of like how in Magic the Gathering, your hand and your deck represent, like, your mind. Maybe it's that high con mages just have a better memory, so they know more of the spell and they don't have to, like, consult the book to remember what the incantation is. That's the best I can think of. The fact that the books are literally too heavy is ridiculous. Nino has 25 con because she's illiterate, right? So she has to memorize everything. Maybe magic should, like, cost HP? Yeah, hey, that's a pretty good idea. And maybe they could have, like, fixed accuracy as well that doesn't interact with terrain. And I don't think we really need stats. We just call it white magic, right? That's a pretty good idea. But yes, potential Fire Emblem video called I Hate the Constitution. Two minutes ago from Metagrave. You know who I want to free from Pokemon Prison? Nimona. She doesn't deserve to be trapped in Gen 9. I think Nimona already peaked with the Super Boss battle. Let's leave her be. Imagine the books were made with mystical metals and bigger spells had more alchemical requirements, making them heavier. You need a good bait thumbnail for the Constitution video? Well, obviously it's going to be me using fire magic to burn the Constitution. The issue with... Okay, so for the Constitution video, it depends on whether or not I can convince an employee at the gym to film me. Because I think the intro could just be, like, working out with, like, a wizard hat. And then it'll be like, what am I doing? Wasn't it obvious? I'm practicing my magic. Or, like, I'm training to be a mage. Doll Paul, we know they're in the chat here. Great video. I'm a bit new to Effie and I was wondering if you could suggest it. No. Okay, bait used to be believable. No. I'm AI respond. Good, great suggestion. Sure thing. Welcome aboard. Just 8. Bait used to be believable. You can't get me. I know Doll Paul knows the answer to this. That's why I'm okay responding with just 8. Do I have a wizard hat on standby? I actually don't, but I think I will buy one because I'm probably going to use it for a lot of stuff. I have a Spellbreaker costume. It's going to be great, guys. Okay, Doll Paul coincidentally happens to be right next to No Soy Paul. So this is Paul, and this is not Paul. So when is the FA8 premium tier list coming out? Right after Pseudo Legends. It's the actual answer. That's 4, right? Okay, music requests. I guess Fire Emblem Lo-Fi makes sense again, right? Fire Emblem Lo-Fi. Let's see. 4 is the most recent, I think. Let's go with 2? I think that's one we haven't listened to together yet. Oh, and it's also 2 hours long, which is good. Okay, there we go. Wait, what? Okay, I'm back. Too many Pauls. We do an awful lot of lo-fi for a reason, because it's good background noise, which is what we want. I think that's like the point of it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and here's 5. One day ago, we need to get Cheese out of the Pokemon Prison Industrial Complex. I've been chipping at the cell wall with my axe. I'm out of here any day. That's 5, right? If you need a blue wizard hat, specifically, you could try punching Ips at a 1/16th drop rate. I think I'm just gonna use the Grand Exchange, man. Amazon.com. We made it to 60. Who's your favorite character in Echoes, and why is it definitely not Faye? I mean, my favorite character is probably... I mean, I really like but like Dread Fighters, like Saber. Just because I love Sword Masters. Can we get a huff of tropium in the chat? It's endless. We're not making any progress. It's endless. We got a huff of tropium in the chat. Have I ever played Ace Attorney? I never have, but well, here's the tropium. Huffed. I've never played Ace Attorney. I'm leaving the typo. Axe Attorney, what's that?
So begins the trial of Bandit Lord Omar the Ogre. What say you in your defense?
Go a few days without jerking your belly and see how civilized you act. Do your worst.
So be it. For your crimes against the kingdom and her people, we sentence you to Pokemon prison.
No. No, please, anything but that. No. 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 I'm sorry.
Imprisoned. Real question, Dean or Sonya, do you go left or right? I mean, Dean is better in gameplay, but Sonya is better in story. I would say that Sonya has, well, Sonya definitely has more waifu factor, but Dean's husbando factor is also really high. I think the thing is that you already have a lot of Dread Fighters, and like, you know, class by class is a pitfall, but the issue with all the Dread Fighters is that you don't have enough good swords for everyone. And even if you go the Sonya route, and you have to kill Dean, you get Dean's Brave Sword. So I probably, because I always train my Dread Fighters anyway, because I love Dread Fighters, ironically, because I already have Dread Fighters, I actually don't get Dean. Because I want my existing Dread Fighters just kitted out. But if you want the better gameplay unit, you should definitely go Dean. 200 SEK. Macro transaction from Zane the Insane, who says, use this for whatever you deem appropriate, but I was inspired to provide for the Wizard Hat Fund. Well, thank you for the big booty.
More! More! No such thing as too much booty! We're gonna be eating like kings tonight!
When I place an Amazon order, I think I have to get multiple items. So I gotta get a wizard hat. I still have to get an air fryer. I gotta order these props together. H's, what Telfine game would you recommend from someone getting into mobile phone gaming? They were handheld games. Not mobile. I've only played the GBA once. I don't know if this is a real question, but unfortunately I don't really have a real answer. I've only played one. Fun fact, in Germany, it's illegal for attorneys to release TV ads, specifically because it would be too cringe and make people lose respect for attorneys in general. But how else will I know if I'm entitled to compensation? Why not Omar the Only? Why not Omar the Oni? Well, because I didn't think of it when I filmed it. That's the actual answer why. It's all Oni now. That's 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And here's exported cheese again on Pokemon Prison. This inspired my wife to hate Pokemon and Nintendo, even though she doesn't game. Yes. Nintendo must answer for their crimes as well. Even though this is probably a troll comment, I'm guessing. I've decided to hold a fishing tournament, uh-oh. $65. Okay, we're making progress. Help choose the next video talk. Oh, this is a very old poll. I love democracy. A democracy where justice always prevails. Of course. Now the question that asks, there's an implicit question, right? What is justice? Who decides what is just and what is not? Well, someone wise.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Well, if it works.
I love democracy. Okay, we've reached older comments. This is the Pokemon Conquest tier list. Laughs in Sephiroth's sword. I have to guess this has to do with Masamune. There's a character called Masamune. Why is the sword long if the guy is short? Were the developers stupid? I'd have to guess that's what this means. Hey Cheese, where's round 2 of Pokemon Stadium Legacy? Bade used to be believable, but it doesn't exist yet, so we can't play it even if we wanted to. Birthday Bandit stream comment. Necris was able to kill Kali with that hit percentage? I guess that the Dragon Emperor also allows the use of Nintendo PC features. Happy aging, Cheese. 31 years of devotion to the Dragon Emperor for these hit rates. That's exactly what it was about? Don't call me a casual, okay? This is a video I have not seen in 2 years since I made it. But don't call me a casual, okay? I made these videos so I know what happened in them. Don't call me a casual. Who got the biggest glow up in Echoes design-wise? Well, I haven't played Gaiden, so I have no idea. But the Gaiden waifu factor is very high. For, like, all the characters. The generic Shadows of Valencia villager? It's incredible. Swipe right for sure. Bowie's hideous in Gaiden. Comment on Super Eevee Edition. I had to fight a lot of copyright claims for this one. So, we're probably not going to be playing many mainline Final Fantasy games because the music gets copyright claimed relentlessly. The turn-based conversation point is so true. It's not overly common in my era, but I do see even among my friends, like you talk to an NPC and dialogue choices don't feel relevant to their responses. I think it's partially due to the hyper-individualism of American society, combined with shortening attention spans. But it isn't just young people. I work with the elderly, and it's as though they only care about what they have to say. Everyone's the main character. On their own TikTok feed. I think he's referring to something I said in this stream where I haven't been to America in a very long time. I went back to Unova last November, and that was the first time I was back since before the plague, like since 2019. And then what I noticed is, like, maybe I'm just getting old. But it really feels like everybody talks like a Marvel movie, and people don't have dialogues. They don't have conversations with each other. They just have a response in their mind already, and they're just waiting for their turn to, like, get their Marvel quip in. And what they say doesn't actually change depending on what they said to you. So, like, what's the point of talking to a person then if you're not actually going to engage with what they're saying? And you already have your own script to go off of. Ah! You think I was just hanging out with nerds? Me? Hang out with nerds? I think you're thinking of the wrong person.
Hey, nerd, if you're so smart, let me ask you a question. Ah!
How does Japan differ from this? I'm gonna say I actually don't talk to enough people to know. But generally, people just don't say anything. And this is 5 here. I feel that Pokemon created a very effective nostalgia cycle. Most of my friends keep buying games because they miss Pokemon. They'd later not beat and even complain about the games, but they will buy the next one because they miss Pokemon. I think we're all in the Pokemon prison. Truly trapped in an endless cycle. Well, people won't talk to you directly, but they will send you a Slack message at 4:30 a.m. But then again, what am I complaining about, right? Because at 4:30 a.m., I'm relaxing, watching a video, and this is the boss of the project. He's working really hard on compiling all the materials for the meeting we have later today. So, like, we can't call the boss, like, lazy. He doesn't leave the work to the peons. He does most of the work himself. That's why he's the boss. But at the same time, this is crazy. How can you live like this? 70 comments. Okay, we're making progress. Well met. For Lordaeron. This person just likes Slug Mal'Ganis. I didn't show the IVs. Slug MLG was hot. Please make part 11. Can you imagine what answering this comment over and over and over and over again for years does to you? Can you imagine? Coming eventually. It's endless. What was that intro? It's on Pokemon Prison. You're invited to my next picnic. One, two, three, four. There it is. Oh wow, Pokemon Battle Revolution Rental Nightmares comment. I absolutely died when the first -5 stars bit came up. That was hilarious. There was only one -5 Pokemon, the Togetic. Anna died too. I did not like the food. Do common emotes stay if you ever change the ones you have? Unfortunately, they just become like blank boxes. They accused my sister of being an AI voice, but it actually was my sister who said all of the, how did you like the food? There's a lot of comments on this video talking about how annoying it is that the lines keep repeating. And that's how you know they're new viewers. Because only new viewers know that... Only new viewers don't know that it's endless. We gotta repeat everything. We made it to 75 comments. Okay, well... There's no way we're making it to 1,000. We might not even make it to 500. We'll see how high we can get. I'm glad you liked the video, Battle Revolution one, that was, it was a lot of the videos I've made, it was probably the most, like, visuals that I had to actually make. I had to make, like, a different menu for each Pokemon and fill out all of the stats, and that took a very long time. But I think it turned out well. I'm happy with how the video turned out. Matt Farmer, 99 Farming. Pokemon Prison comment. Brother, I completely agree that Gen 3 was the start of the decline. True. I remember freshman year of high school, so they're older than me. Just giving away my copy of Ruby to another kid because I had a visceral negative reaction to it. Somehow you boot up Gold and a little bit of the magic is still there. If it's not obvious, I'm drunk in the kitchen and going to try to remember this to sub on Patreon. Good luck, those 6 whiskeys in. Wisdom of the bottle. Refreshed. Let's wisen up. I don't know if they made it to the Patreon. Oh, AI comment. From Lonkmon. As someone who, this is a Pokemon Prison comment. As someone who did watch and liked the Q-Nuts video, but not watch the Coliseum streams, I don't know what kind of viewer I am. Either way, I like your humor and editing style. I don't think anyone else would be able to make me watch a 1-hour tier list of RuneScape skills, since I've never even played RuneScape. Watched your Pokemon Conquest tier list video recently, and would really like to see you do something similar with Digimon Survive, since it's also a tactical RPG. The potential issue is that it's a visual novel first, TRPG second, so if you're not into visual novels, you might not like the game. Very reasonable comment. Let's see what the AI responses are. You should be sorry for being a casual. That's not how you get in the Poke Prison. What about this made them a casual? I agree that they should be sorry for being a casual, but this person is not a casual. I don't care about your feelings. I'm making the video. Why is the AI so mean? I think maybe like the AI doesn't know that I'm kidding when I'm being mean? Why is it so aggro? Well, it's not that the AI is mean, it's that it doesn't make any sense. This is an AI comment. Unfortunately, I don't think I have enough experience with the Digimon franchise to be able to speak on it. But we might try some JP exclusive Digimon games, if they're out there. So there you go. There's my actual calm human response. And the lead-in is, the Terminator trying to wipe out humanity with cruel words. That's 80, right? Okay, we're at 2 days. We're at 2 days ago. Cheese is mad underrated by Oni-chan. Please. Thanks, Aniki, which means Oni-chan. This is on the Pokemon Emerald Legacy tier list. Aniki or Oni-chan. I think I missed a microtransaction while battling the AI. $5 microtransactions from Perilous Paradigm. Gotta plunder.
Come here, booty!
Perilous Paradigm says, the BR tier list vid was perfect timing for me because me and wife were both binging Kitchen... Oh, BR's Battle Revolution. We're binging Kitchen Nightmares at the same time. Loved that vid. I'm glad you liked it. Was it a tier list? We just gave star ratings. I'm not trying to be pedantic, but I'm not sure what you would call it, because I don't think you would call it a tier list, right? Because there aren't any tiers. I think it's just like ratings, or like a guide, I think is what we called it. Here's Haunter. They say, oh, this is the Slowbro Science video. This is a super effective swindle. And they said, great video, oh. And we've got some AI comments here. I'm the master of Slowbro Science. You've just witnessed the unveiling. Video sponsored by Ritual? What? Or Slowbro Science, the future is now. Well, this just doesn't really make any sense. This is an AI comment. Unfortunately, Slowbro Science vids both performed quite poorly. So, the professor may not, or may be on the chopping block. Kind of said that YouTube gives you the option to just completely distance yourself from your audience like that with AI. Yeah, if I was going to make an AI video, or like a video about AI, one of the things I would talk about is how... why I think this AI is so insidious is that it's masquerading as a human, right? And one of the things that makes YouTube, in my opinion, so special is that it is real people, right? YouTube broadcast yourself. You have a guy with a potato camera just talking to you. And there is an element of attractiveness to that. I always think it's kind of weird when we see these like super high produced, basically TV shows, but they're on YouTube. To me, that always just feels like a little bit off. And I think we do really find value in the achievements of other humans, right? So Usain Bolt, I don't know how many miles per hour he sprints, but it's not that much, right? Probably a random junker car is faster than Usain Bolt. Most certainly covers more distance than Usain Bolt. But Usain Bolt is incredible because he does these things while being a human. Eminent speaker of our generation, Garethos, was right, okay?
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
We humans have to stick together. But I think that humans will always find value in the accomplishments of other humans. And that's why I don't think AI art will ever kill human art entirely. Because what makes certain things valuable is the fact that a human did it. So even if the AI can replicate it perfectly, it's not worth the same to us. I'm a bit biased because obviously I was a theater major, if you couldn't tell. Why would you ever watch a stage performance compared to a movie? Movies have like special effects, they're a lot more convincing. On stage, it's just a dude like talking, maybe in like a gaudy costume. You probably can't even see it because you're like in the back. But it's somebody on stage doing it live, right? You know how hard they work to memorize this. You know how hard everyone worked to put the show together. That's what makes it impressive. Not this soulless AI stuff about the master of Slowbro Science. You're not the master of Slowbro Science. I am. The human. But we could make an AI video because it wouldn't be that long, and then the thumbnail is really easy. we can do, it's like the magic card duplicant, which is basically a guy being, like, attacked from behind by, like, a robot that is in the process of disguising itself as him. And I can just do that with myself. Okay, unfortunately, I have no idea what happened at this point in the video. So I just don't know what to say to this, so... I also don't know what Nipa means. It's an anime reference. I don't know anything about the anime. The Yasuke Yanaikai music video was AI generated? The singing? As someone who did a lot of amateur theater, I think it's the response from the audience that really sells it for me compared to a movie that you sit in silence for. The live aspect is a huge part of it. I mean, if you were here right now, listening to me say this, you also value the live experience, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be here. It's an Umineko reference. Sea cat? I don't know what that is. 1, 2, 3. Sorry to bother, what's the song at minute 7? Well, this is one I can't possibly answer without listening to it. So this one I think I just have to listen to it. Hang on. And let's see how many seconds it takes for me to identify it.
Quick question, Mr. Scaper. Would you?
It's called Flute Salad. Got it. Don't call me a casual. There we go. $1.99 microtransaction from Frat. It's been a while since I've seen you here. Welcome back. That means you haven't seen this yet. Well, first, I'll play this.
I will bring honor to my father and my kingdom.
But $1.99? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
One of the keys to Apple is Apple's an incredibly collaborative company.
I mean, you've really put a big investment in our country. We appreciate it very much, Tim. Apple.
Applejack's 30% of your donation. Wake up, Mareeple!
We've got to have money.
Apple devices sucked. So that's 4. 4 responses. 1, 2, 3, 4. So one more and we can increment the counter. There's already a reply. Did I reply to this? I think I did reply to this. There's a reply here. The bootlicking for modern Pokemon games is one of the worst offenders. I remember seeing someone's tier maker list on Instagram and Scarlet. They were in the S tier and his description praised an open world and 3 storylines. I really just couldn't believe it. I did respond to this. I already responded to this, so I'm not going to respond to it again. I don't know why it's not filtered out. RT the Man 121. I also responded to this one, I think. So I'm not sure why it's not filtered out. At 2057. Oh, you mean like the games you constantly poo-poo on? That came out in 2003 because they dared to be actual working proofs of concept for actual full 3D Pokemon games instead of just Stadium 3 and 4? Oh, they're talking about Coliseum. These were our best haters, man. Lord help us, we're not gonna make it. Oh, they're just a Coliseum defender, so I can just ignore this. I have no idea how somebody could play Coliseum and enjoy it. I am entirely convinced that the people who like Colosseum have never played it. They just heard that it was good and they saw some footage of it. This is something I said in the tier list for Colosseum, and like the next day or 2 days later, there was a video by Tamahiro called Pokemon Colosseum, the worst Pokemon game you've never played. It has a really good concept and a really cool opening cutscene. The actual game itself blows chunks. It's so bad. Comment again on Pokemon Prison. The edits are always grateful and your hours of editing is appreciated. So kind. Thank you. Long hours in the lab. And that's 5 comments, right? Well, this will at least give us our comment rate per minute. Okay, so these two just don't filter out. I don't know why. But I answered them already. Oh, this is a long one. Pokemon Prison. H's, I want to chime in and visit you while you're behind bars in Pokemon Prison. I want to say that, yeah, your dislike of modern Pokemon games is valid, and yes, Pokemon has definitely declined, or at least stagnated, ever since Gen 3, like you said. I don't think you should stop me or... I don't think that should stop you or me or anyone else from liking the aspects of Pokemon that are good. Pokemon themselves outside of the games are quite enjoyable for the most part. I like the new designs for the most part, and there will always be that one Pokemon in every generation that'll be like, this one! This Pokemon is my little guy! And really resonate. Even in-game, there are some niche aspects that are some, dare say, quality like competitive... Oh, some, dare say, quality. Like competitive battling and shiny hunting, at least in my metrics. Even if you think all of modern Pokemon is trash, I don't think that should stop anyone from enjoying and taking value in something that is objectively Garbodor. Garbodor included. Now, let me reread this. Even if you think all of modern Pokemon is trash, I don't think that should stop anyone from enjoying and taking value in something that is objectively Garbodor. Okay. I think Pokemon fans just can't separate the specific parts of the franchise they truly love, and instead try to defend the franchise as a whole, the bad included. Blinded by their love, they overlook, try, and ignore the clearly bad direction has been in, and it's true Pokemon fans need to find more games, or just things in general to love more, not just Pokemon. All this yapping aside, TLDR, love the parts of Pokemon that you like and are good, but acknowledge the parts that are bad, or something like that. Okay. I think this person is more generous than I would be. I think that the franchise has rotted to the point that the balance is so overwhelmingly negative that you shouldn't accept it. Oh, but we have AI comments. Yeah, but they took my good boy, Rhyperior. Isn't Rhyperior in the games? You literally see Rhydon walking around in the wild area, so this is just a lie. You're saying I should be more like the fans? This actually... I actually might say this comment. This is an AI comment. The negatives are so overwhelming. We have no choice but to reject the products wholesale. I think that's it. I think that the small flecks of quality of life, it's not worth sifting through the poop. I think we have to actually just say, this is unacceptable. Oh, a lot of AI comments on these. Very weird. Another one on Pokemon Prison, 5 days ago. Honestly found this video by chance while looking for Fire Emblem creatives. I'm excited to see where things go and good luck with future work. Us fans are counting on you. Oh! AI comments. Fire Emblem Engage is actually good. I didn't hate it as much as I thought. Yeah, I would say this. More prison content coming. I'll be playing that new game soon. Yes, that new game. It's an AI comment. According to the AI, we're now in the prison niche. Which we'll be playing soon. What? I have no idea what the AI means by that new game. I guess they know something that we don't. I have no idea what they could possibly mean. Okay. Wait a minute. This card. It's the Legacy of the Crusaders, which for 0 mana, you gain 1 million subscribers. And you return a classic game from the graveyard to the battlefield. Give it +1/+1 for each subscriber in play? But that's crazy. How do you beat this? Cash this only if you control Nintendo Switch 2. Well, I'll see you guys April 2nd when they unveil Legacy of the Crusaders as a launch title for the Switch 2. It's going to be great, guys. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Dice to counterspell? No, because the moment the game comes out, we're going to play it in a split second, okay? And you can't counter split second spells. 199 microtransaction from Fred. This is my favorite graphic. Apple, sorry. Well, you don't have to apologize. Apple should be the one apologizing.
Come here, booty!
Booty seized. So, we actually only answered 2 comments here, right? They were just kind of long. More AI comments. Pokemon Prison. I started to... Oh, I gotta read more. I started following the channel for the Pokemon content. I love your opinions. Agree with some of them and not so much on others, but you mentioned entertainer and I always look forward to the next video or stream. Not gonna lie, some of the other content I love, like Warcraft videos, but some others I don't really care for. I watch the streams whenever I can, and if they're on something I like, but I skip the ones I'm not really interested in. You gotta do what's best for you, man. The community is great. The memes are awesome. This channel's a lot of fun. What a balanced and positive comment. I love you all, and you're right, we're all just doing this for fun. Hollow computer simulacrum, feigning the emotion of love. You can't trick me. I know you're a soulless construct of wires and code. You don't know what love is. You gotta be here to catch the streams for the good stuff, otherwise we'll never know if you're the one I'm looking for. Reverse parasocial for this one viewer. So, like, the first half of this is like a play on me threatening people to watch the streams, and the second half is just crazy. I think I'll use this one. This is an AI comment. My actual response, thank you for the support. It's actually helpful to not watch videos or streams you aren't interested in. Because it can hurt the average watch time. Hope to see you in the next topic that interests you. I think that's a reasonable response. That's 3 comments, right? Yep. 6 days ago, Pokemon Prison comment. Maybe the next Fire Emblem game, whatever the hell it is, could be the key to getting out. Fire Emblem Echoes Legacy of the Crusaders coming out soon. Well, we just played the graphic, right? See you on April 2nd. And one more before we can increase the counter. The GB Zard on Pokemon Prison. After watching the video, I'd like to say some things. To tell the truth, I feel kind of bad for you. Being forced to make videos on a franchise which is spiraling out of control sounds awful. There's a reason I quit YouTube. I mostly did Minecraft stuff, but still. I hope that you're able to make the switch to doing something you find joy in. Switch? Joy-Cons? Oh yeah, and I might give Fire Emblem a try, so if you got game recommendations, feel free to let me know. It's endless, Fire Emblem 8. Overall, the main takeaway is that everyone deserves to be happy, including you. Stay strong. Thank you. I don't know if we can make the switch. But we can definitely make the Switch 2. There we go. Ninja. Okay, and that's 5. Almost to 100. Pangoro Panic. I don't think they're in the stream. I just think they're watching through these previous videos because they commented on Legends Arceus. So this is on the Pokemon Scarlet Only a Challenge video, which was actually, I believe, the first live stream to have a meme excel. It wasn't supposed to be a joke. The viewers were supposed to track my EVs, but they couldn't really do that because of the lag between me killing Magikarps and the stream, so I just tracked it myself, and the interns just goofed off. What's even the point of SV being open world when they do nothing with the concept? There are no side quests or anything to do besides bag some students and make sandwiches. I hear a lot of people say the Zelda open world games are empty, but compared to this, their map is brimming with content. In Paldea, the fields and wilderness are so empty and boring, and as you point out in the video, the cities are too. There's nothing to do in them except just the bare minimum. For example, you go to the port town in the game, and there is nothing to do there except the singular story fight. No locations or locales to enter or interesting NPCs. Just the market and the gym leader challenge, which I don't think you can even lose. That's true. The bidding war, you can't lose. You can only win more. The biggest sin is honestly not that it's so buggy and looks horrendous. No, it's that there's no good game underneath, as our viewers would have it. There is only monotonous story events, which are so similar they are nearly interchangeable with each other. It's just a boring game. I agree. I think, Zappa Pico, I think, is the worst offender of the towns. The only thing is the one guy who evolves the Mega Man Pokemon. You can't lose the bidding? No, I don't think you can lose. You can just win less. Because you get to keep the extra money. And the guy saying hola, followed by adios. These comments are really annoying. I don't know why they don't disappear. Comment again on Pokemon Prison. I gotta hit read more here. Oh my goodness. Whoa, okay, right, there were a lot. Hey, geez, I totally empathize with all your sentiments in this video as a fellow Pokemon hater-type fan. aka someone who has had a lifelong fanatic obsession with the franchise and sees how utterly ruined their handling of it has been. It really rings true to hear the comparison to your situation to a prison. That said, I don't really agree with your statement that the pickings only get slimmer as far as ROM hacks are concerned. In fact, I think the opposite is true. Modern hacking tools like CFRU and EBE are producing the most content-rich, complex, creative, and replayable Pokemon games ever made, at a faster rate than ever. Of course, your interest in producing content about these hacks is nothing I can speak to, but personally, I would really love to see if you shifted your channel to focus more on ROM hacks and analysis of them. I think maybe, I might not have been clear enough. When I say the pickings get slimmer, I just mean that the field narrows, not that the quality of the things we could play decreases. Unbound is a classic Pokemon formula done to perfection. A tier list video for it is something I've wanted to do for a long time. I'd love to collaborate on that with you. Projects like Elite Redux and Row, like Micro, who has to do the dirty jobs, may just look like Emerald, but mechanically they are more interesting than any modern introduction to the series and have near infinite replayability. Upcoming projects like Crown, Lazarus, and Odyssey are some of the most creative and experimental games ever made by ROM hackers, and even PMD is getting pretty good hacks now. Hope we keep making good content for the fans who can still love the series despite its abhorrent management by Nintendo and GF. I've enjoyed your videos for a long time. Thank you for the detailed response. We'll focus more on hacks as we deplete mainline entries. Black and White 2-1. Olio says, I don't normally play ROM hacks, but right now playing Pokemon Unbound because someone said it does Pokemon better than Pokemon, and I think they're right. Oh. What makes Unbound special? So what did they say here? Classic Pokemon formula done to perfection. I'm guessing it's an Emerald hack. They're all Emerald hacks, right? It's endless. That's 2 comments? The story, really? I've only heard good things about Unbound. Okay. Pokemon Prison comment. Bro had to comment when you mentioned Wolf Glick. His Pokemon reviews are some of the most pathetic stuff I've seen. And then there's a reply, but it's them themselves. But don't talk bad about Sonic. You can't trust Sonic fans. I can't trust Sonic fans. Trust. It's more crafted and interesting, and NPCs are actually good and expand the world. Oh, what engine is it in? Is it like a DS game? Pokemon Prison. Smeefliz says, I really love seeing Pikmin shown on screen when you brought up good games. Pikmin 2 is my favorite game. It's its own engine. Really? That's interesting. Pikmin is my second favorite RTS and Warcraft. What genre is Pikmin? Pikmin is an RTS, right? Like a real-time strategy game? Patched to Fire Red. Okay, so it's Gen 3. I tried Pokescape recently. We might do like Pokescape Part 2. Pokescape was awesome, and I think we only played about half of it. Pokescape was so good. 1, 2, 3, 4, one more. The Pokescape viewership was also way higher than I thought it would be, because normally the RuneScape viewership is like a bit lower, and I thought the barrier to entry would be too high for most regular viewers who like know nothing about RuneScape. But no, like there were a ton of non-RuneScape fans who watched it, and I think enjoyed it. It's just really well made, really, really fun, really lovingly crafted. Quotation marks Kirby modding on Pokemon Prison says, I may be biased because I'm a Kirby fan, but it's funny how the Stadium games, games that still look decent and better than current Pokemon games, were made by HAL, while Game Freak seems to struggle with even simple 3D graphics. I know that HAL are kind of the graphics people at Nintendo. If you see one of the multiple leaks, all the graphics programs for the Switch and other Nintendo consoles were made by HAL, but that's still kind of funny to me. We'll honor HAL's legacy by playing Kirby 64. Soonish. What was the last Sonic game I played? Heroes. And I think that'll explain why it was the last Sonic game I played. 95. Okay, it's endless. Random YouTube backend question. Is there a huge difference between getting a view during a premiere, fresh release, or is it indistinguishable from a later viewing? I think it's indistinguishable, as far as I know. They say that the time of upload for a video, like, doesn't matter. So I don't think it really matters. I think the reason why I do premieres, there's two reasons. There's three reasons. The first reason is I want to see people's reactions to the videos. Like, that's the most fun part, seeing what people think. And with the premiere, I can see what people think of specific parts of the video, which is really valuable feedback for me. Second reason I do it is because sometimes people donate during the premieres, so it's free money, hooray! So I guess financial incentive. And I'm not sure, wait, what was the third reason? Maybe there were only two reasons. Okay, I'm not sure what the third reason is. But if I remember, I'll let you know. Corporate cheese. Oh, the stuff I have to do for this Yakult meeting. I basically have to write millennial ad copy. And it's something I can do. I have a lot of experience with talking like a millennial. It's like that guy in Avatar: The Last Airbender, the Firebender in the first season. The Master Firebender who Aang asks to teach him. But he hates being a firebender. Because it's a curse. I know all about millennial speech. I know all about it. How do I know it? Because I'm a millennial too. This darkness is a part of me.
What are we? Some kind of evolution team?
I wish it wasn't. I think this is actually a Fire Emblem profile pic. They say, really? Vathal Bloodaxe? That's boring. I'll call him Vathal the Vigorous. I'd go with Vathal the Vile. Or maybe Vathal the Valorous. He's a good guy, right? Sorry for what I'm gonna say, but is the stream gonna be 20 hours long? 2 hours for 95 comments? We have a hard limit of 7 hours, because I have to go to a real-life meeting. So it's however many we can do in 7 hours. Which is definitely not gonna be 1,000. I know there's a comment stream, but was planning on saying this anyway. And this is on the Scarlet DLC. I think this is a VOD. Not an actual published video. To be completely honest, 9 hours into this, I'm really struggling to understand how someone would find any enjoyment in this game. I tried Sword and Shield and really only completed it because I wanted to buy all the clothes. The performance in the DLC was unbelievably bad. How did it get worse? I was actually getting nauseous playing the DLC. It was so bad. Weather effects with Terra and like the chugging, it's an instant migraine. It's horrendous. Fidel Cashflow, welcome to the YTC Institute. How are things in Cuba? Or I guess in the afterlife. I think Fidel Castro is dead, right? Halberdier V2, member for 10 months. When are you going to promote to Sentinel? I'm curious, have you considered playing Dark Deity 2? Is Dark Deity the one, like the indie game that's advertised as like Fire Emblem? 2 there, 3 here. FE8 for Switch 2 when it drops. FE18 for Switch 2 when it drops. Get on the train, I reckon. I mean, FE18, we know what that is. Legacy of the Crusaders. So, actual prediction, we are going to do, next week we're doing, not Kirby. Next week we're doing April Fools, and we're doing the Nintendo Direct reaction. So I fully believe, no cope, that there will be a Fire Emblem launch title for the Switch 2. I think that, given the performance of Three Houses, they would be out of their minds not to make a Fire Emblem launch title, because it is mainstream now, it is extremely popular, sells extremely well. Will it be a Fire Emblem 4 remake? I can hope. So, actual non-cope, I think there will be a mainline Fire Emblem game. If not launch, extremely soon. Will it be Fire Emblem 4 remake? I don't know. How did Engage do? I don't think it flopped, but it was very far from the runaway success that Three Houses is. Do you recommend Three Houses? I personally, me imported cheese, no, I don't like it. I don't like it, but it depends on what kind of player you are. What I really don't like about Three Houses is just the class system. And I mean that as in like the martial class system, not as in like the school class system. Well, I don't like the school class system either. But what I like about Fire Emblem is that each unit is their own person, both in personality and gameplay. And for Three Houses, everyone is just stat soup. Everybody feels the same. Put everyone on a wyvern. Give everyone a bow. I hate it. I hate it. Well, I don't hate it. I dislike it. I think if you're into, like, Persona, like, life sim stuff, then you'll probably... Oh, yeah, look at that. Mozumin had to have typed it before I said it because of the lag. If you like Persona, then you'll like Three Houses. Exactly. That's it. It's like Persona-fied Fire Emblem, which is not for me. Even though I actually liked Persona 5, but I don't like Three Houses. Because I think I play them for different reasons. Get this Persona crap out of my Fire Emblem game. The crests are to blame, it's true. But that being said, if we are dedicated to the catch every last one of them theme for Legend Z to A, we might have to do a Blue Lions playthrough so that people know what's going on. The nice thing about Three Houses is I don't have to do a tier list for it because it's impossible. Who should you use in Three Houses? Anyone. They're all the same. Like, they're not literally the same, but they're effectively the same. They're all fine. It's too much of a headache to separate them. I guess Ash is kind of bad, and so is Caspar. See, this one I responded to, but it's still not here. These are new, so I need 2 more here. Leech Love. We've seen comments from them before here. Volcano Badge, very distinctive. Pokemon Prison comment. I came for Pokemon to save the personality. I'll gladly be part of the jailbreak. Thank you. Grab an axe. SC Pokemon video, the Quillfish one. Bro made a creepypasta based on a true story. Scary. We made it to 100! 2.5 hours and 100 comments replied. And it's endless. We're only 3 days well, we're more than 3 days in the past. We're 6 days in the past. You play blue lines when we go with female Byleth for the Dimitri S support. We might do that anyway, because female Byleth is just better, right? Is Sylvain? Sylvain is blue lions, right? So we actually don't get that benefit. So in 3 houses, you can recruit students from other houses if you meet certain requirements. But if you're female Byleth, then Sylvain joins you no matter what. Because the only requirement is that you're hot. He just joins you. For free. I think in the modern games, the female avatar tends to be better. Female Robin is definitely better than male Robin. I'm not sure if female Corrin is better than male Corrin. I think they're comparable. But I think female Corrin is better because she can S-support Jacob. I think, but I think it's probably like the smallest difference. And I think female Byleth is better because you get Sylvain for free. Probably the most important thing is female Byleth can go Pegasus Knight tier 1. That's the big one. Female Chris can't go Wyvern or Fighter. Who's Chris? I only know Marth, the hero of Arcanea. Okay, we're here again. Comment on Bandit Emblem Premium. Most common playthrough of Bandit Emblem I've seen. Nice. You even defeated the Jagan multiple times. Do people normally just do players normally just run from him? Rush the objectives? I was only able to win with the help of the PC. I have to say, I really don't like modern FE. By modern FE, I mean Awakening. Being skill emblem. There's just way too many skills. It just becomes kind of a mess. Like, even if you know your own skills, you have to check the skill of every single enemy. Because they might have, like, Astra or something, and then just slice and dice you out of nowhere. Or, like, counter. It's such a nightmare. Tellius skills were enough. I think Tellius skill system plus a personal skill. Personal skills are nice. Because it's normally, like, +2 damage. Next to your friend or something. I missed the Zombato in my playthrough, so I constantly fled from the Jagan. I don't know what we would have done without the Zombato. The nice thing about skills is if you do your Gen 2 eugenics program, you can create like super soldiers with the best skills. So if you're into that sandbox thing, then skills are fun, but I think it's too much. 6 minutes ago, comment on Pokemon Prison. Oh, we got AI responses. Your videos have such a specific vibe to them. I've never seen any YouTuber I've watched for someone so small, and your cutaway clips are so funny. Love your work. Keep up. Thank you. They're so kind. Nice comments put a dangerous smile on my face. What does the AI say? Thank you for the support. The prison is still under construction, so let's make it more popular. So we're trying to imprison more people. It's hard to keep it up when they keep taking my friends. They stole my Rhyperior. Why do they think that Rhyperior is gone? This is an AI comment. F's for Rhyperior, I guess. I'm glad you like the cutaways. Although we're moderate in terms of view counts on videos. the live streams are actually wildly successful. I actually do think in terms of live streams, we're very, very successful. So thank you for being here. But I think the average view count of a live stream is 0 to 1. So I think if you're, I don't know what the exact stats are, but I think if you have 10 viewers, you're already in like the top 5%. So our live streams are wildly successful. Thank you for joining. It was a bit scary to try and cross over from doing videos to, I don't know if I would say mostly live streams. But I think, in a way, Sekiro was very yeah, is Mozumin a psychic type? I was gonna say Sekiro was a very important playthrough, even though the view counts weren't great, because that's, I mean, the view counts were still very good overall, but Sekiro was the beginning of the endless graphics. It wasn't the very first graphic. The very first graphic was the what a great game. But the beginning of the modern era of graphics and just combining live streams with edited videos was Sekiro. Do you ever get random gaming recommendations for videos that have 2 to 4 views? Yes, always in the sidebar, 3rd video down. And if you look at your sidebar recommended videos, I think you'll see the same thing. The real reason I suggested female bias is because of her big saucer eyes. She sees everything. Yeah. Female Byleth's huge eyes.
Come here!
Eyes. I hope I timed that right, because I can't actually hear it. Come here, eyes! Is this Naruto? We're gonna steal her Sharingan. Actually, it was the 4th video down. Sorry. I guess I was wrong. Timed perfectly? Well, don't call me a casual. I mean, I know what I'm saying, and I can read my own lips. Any collaborations planned? No. I'm not saying I'm never going to collab, but I think I'm afraid of it for a couple reasons. One is, it's a lot of work. 2 is, I'm fine disappointing myself and the viewers, but I don't want to disappoint somebody that I'm actively working with in case like something goes wrong. And 3, I can control whether or not I do insane stuff. I can't control whether or not someone I work with does insane stuff and gets canceled. So that's another reason why I don't want to really work with other people. I'm not saying I'm never gonna do it. If there's somebody that I'm like a huge fan of, I'll probably work with him. Like if like Mecha ever wanted to collab with me, I would definitely do it. I feel like I'm maybe like a little bit too negative for his vibe, but hopefully it's clear that my negativity is normal, is usually like performative. I'm not actually, I'd like to think that I'm not actually that negative. I know a lot of our videos are like, oh man, Aridos is ass, but it's like, I think we're just having fun with it. Collab with Smith, boss? Well, if he's willing to, I would definitely do that. Because I'm also just a fan of his work and his videos. What about a Tamahiro collab? She commented on a video, that's a collab. 1, 2. These we already answered. This is new, so 3 more. I describe that type of negativity as tongue-in-cheek. I mean, it's kind of a weird way to describe joking, right? Because almost always your tongue is in your cheek, right? When is it not? When you're doing this? But that's when you're mocking something. But tongue-in-cheek is mocking. I might just be dumb. I slept for like 3 hours. How come cheese always punishes people for leaving early, but never punishes people for joining late? I can't say no to reinforcements. It's the sting of betrayal that cannot go unpunished. I want to use a semicolon here.
Your future is bright.
Your future is bright, says Lucina, I think.
You're in good form.
Oh no, is this Edelgard? This song gets kind of crazy.
Someone worth following. You will.
Just had to kind of move past that one. Okay. Kagasama says, Omar-kun, what's the meaning of this save state rubbish? Nice try, imposter. Kaga doesn't know English. One more is 5, right? You either die a blue unit or live long enough to become a red unit. Happy birthday, cheese. Society made me red. Okay, that's 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 105. Okay, what gen can we get up to? We haven't even finished Gen 1 because we're only at 105. Bandit Emblem comment. I didn't watch the Bandit Emblem stream leaving a comment for the algorithm, but you watched the premium, right? Cancelled! Oh no. Cancelled live on stream for my crimes.
This is a difficult video for me to make.
It's a difficult video for me to make. Well, I guess I should retype that. Damage cancel 発生する. Is that like a skill activation? Really appreciate the YouTube apologizer, Sai. I mean, in 2050, when we do Gen 5 starters, it's gonna start with an apology video to Chikorita. Because I actually don't think Chikorita's the worst starter of all time. I think Snivy's actually worse. Snivy's so bad. But overall, like, in the franchise, Snivy is probably better because of... I was gonna say Trickster, because of Contrary. But, like, in-game, oh my god, Snivy is so useless. We paid $776 and we still lost. Surely Snivy does better in a game than Chicken Johto? No, I think it's actually worse. Chikorita at least has stat XP. Do you regret placing Snivy as high as B tier in the Gen 5 tier list? I'd probably give it a B. Or C. Oh, we got an AI response here. This is a live stream, not an edited video, because there are no FE8 edited videos. This is a fantastic playlist. You're 100% better than Mangs. Thank you. Although Mangs is like, they make fun of him for being bad at Fire Emblem, right? I don't think we're bad. Funniest run so far. Love your content. Your amazing ads. Oh, and cut-ins. Keep up the fantastic work. Thanks. Now let's see what the AI disgraces this with. Mangs. Is that like a new unit in the game? No. Thanks for the feedback. We'll make sure to have more fun cut-ins in the next segment. I mean, yeah, probably. But this is like so bland. Like, what's the point of even saying this? Is that a new unit? This is an AI comment. More cut-ins, clearly. Well, might not be doing a full recruitment run. Mang's ROM hacks are fun AF. He made Onderon Saga, right? Is it any good? I have no idea. 1, 2, so 3. Can we get these guys out of here? They're praising my muscles. Look at Cheese's muscles in that intro, though. This is for the when I'm the prisoner. They're force feeding me calories. They're fattening me up for the harvest. What's with this discordant music? Well, you can check out the Discord, the link in the description. That's what you meant, right? Pokemon Prison with some very generic AI comments here. I started watching because of your Pokemon videos, but them being about Pokemon is not what made me stay and continue watching your videos. Are always a good fun time. They're kind, although possibly blind. Snowblind77. Welcome back. No. Glad to hear it. Fair enough. These are useless. Thank you for the kind words. But I hope your snow blindness isn't impairing your judgment. I wouldn't interact with anything Mangs related. It's not worth opening up that can of worms. Yeah. Unfortunately, the quality of the hacks I don't think is really going to be what gets us to play them. I don't think we can touch them. It's too much of a can of worms, and we know that Bug's a bad type. We're not gonna do it. 1, 2... How many of these have I actually answered? 3, 4, so one more. Pokemon Prison. Oh, this song is also, like, kind of crazy. Just, like, screaming and stuff. Okay. Content in Pokemon Prison. Hello, Mr. Cheese. Small content creator here. Your videos are one of the reasons I started wanting to try content creation. I used to want to be a Pokemon content creator, hence the PFP. Is that a Pokemon? I'm not sure. But you snapped me out of my, Soy Boy Cuxumer Tropium? I've never heard this. And helped me realize I no longer have to buy Pokemon games. I think with your style of editing, your absolute brainworm style of humor, the brainworms were in the can. It's like a little more intense than the way I would say it, but I think with your style of editing, your absolute brainworm style of humor, I couldn't get the burden of inconvenience and "Are you ready to rock?" stream graphics out of my head for months after watching your streams and videos. Unfortunately, we will never rock again because apparently they took Rhyperior away from me. You could absolutely sausage stack your way out of YouTuber hell. I do believe here they are talking about the space program using sausages. The way YouTube is built is oppressive to those who actually make good content, but I think YouTube needs more content like yours. I will keep coming back with quotes and slogans to echo until my friends are tired of me and leave me. Never give up, never surrender, date bayo. Very kind comment. Aside from this very strange, very aggressive statement here, maybe this is what the AI is learning from. What does the AI say? I appreciate you, good content creator. Or, the burden of inconvenience is a heavy one. Okay. This is an AI comment. Once my brain worms have infected enough of the populace, we will take action. And the key is to keep repeating the same things over and over. The burden of what? There isn't even an inconvenient emote. Who knows? 110. Okay, well this is just, why are these two hearts orange? I'm not really sure how to respond to this. To transfer hearts from Noranya Academy? You actually reply to every comment? Well, I'm trying, but as you can see, it's endless. We're only a few days back. I've seen every comment, but I sometimes can't respond to all of them. Doesn't it get annoying? I wouldn't really say it's annoying. Like, sometimes it's annoying when it's like the same question that I've already answered like 100 times, but it's probably the first time the person themselves is asking it, so I can't get that mad. But yeah, sometimes it is a little bit annoying. I'm mostly playing up the annoyance for, like, entertainment. I'm not actually that mad. Something that will always be funny to me is when I started as an English teacher here in Japan. We had sort of orientation. Most of the new teachers are Americans. It's relevant to mention that they're white Americans, because we had basically like an orientation session about how to deal with microaggressions. So like when people ask you like, oh wow, your Japanese is so good, or like, wow, you can use chopsticks, it's just like basic conversation starters that people will ask you, and then you have to learn to not get mad at them. And it's relevant because, of course, as a minority in America, my only response to this is, first time? Like, this has been going on my whole life. Hey, do you sleep in a pyramid? What's it like eating rice every day? Like, it's not a big deal. Usually people aren't being malicious, right? They're just trying to talk to you. It's crazy to me that there are some people who actually just have never dealt with this, and this is their first time being microaggressed. It's wild. I can see why people get tired of Japan and want to go back to America because they feel alienated in America. Well, I feel alienated in America to begin with, so why wouldn't I stay here? It's great. What's it like being good at Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, as the king of games, it's pretty fun. We'll probably have a Mind Crush graphic someday. Mind Crush! Ah! Adonis would have won if he had Geralt's mercenaries. This is Grail's This is Grail Erasure. I'll never forget Grail, even if he died in a very preventable confrontation, where he clearly could have survived, but made some very silly choices.
That was my niche, but I threw it away. The only franchise I need is right here.
Grail, you're at weapon triangle disadvantage. Just take the sword, please. What are you doing? One, two, three. Love the bad ending Fire Emblem. You worked so hard and still lost. I liked how the story felt a lot bigger than our Band of Bandits. Bandit. Grail wanted to flex, and flexing has its cost. Well, he sliced the tendons in his arm. Why didn't Grail use a hammer? Well, hammering the Black Knight is a Radiant Dawn thing, right? 1, 2, 3, 2 more. Oh, this is new. This is on the Dunsparce video. Here's an idea. Use a Pokemon that isn't Dunsparce. This dude kept trying to compare Dunsparce to only Dunsparce. Dun is irresistible. Did I spell this right? I think so. Rez. Cheese, I'm going to bed so that you can play the graphic. There's a lot of them. You can choose your fate. And this is 5. More FE content. Let's go. Hope you enjoyed the Bandit Bash. And that's 5, right? Refreshed. 115. If I can pick, go for the classic bed burner. Everyone's a Gen 1er. Everyone.
Damn it! If my interns abandon me, I'll never complete my research. The beds must be burned before the interns fall asleep.
Isn't that a bit much, sir?
Burn down to their frames. No one goes to sleep until our research is complete.
Damn it. If my interns abandon me, I'll never defeat all 1,000 comments. Thanks for watching. I think that we might not defeat all 1,000 even if the interns don't abandon me. Thanks and good night. Thanks for watching, Richard Davis. Nice Earth badge. I think I'm missing the Soul badge, so you might actually get demoted to Volcano badge if I redo the badges. Hi, Imported Cheese. This message was generated by AI. I don't know if that was actually AI, but well, here's your response. Extreme Speed, Mr. Cheese, from Terry Scott. Cheese, will you implement Gen 2 badges? I think there's only like one spot beyond. So we would just need something that's above all of the badges, but there aren't enough spots for the Gen 2 badges. I don't know what it would be, just like, what's like the symbol of mastery over everything? I would think like just the Master Ball, right? A League trophy. Hall of Fame. What would represent the Hall of Fame? Because like you don't get anything. I guess just a trophy, but like, is there a Pokemon trophy? The Pokemon Yen symbol. Extreme Speed, Mr. Cheese. Don't call me a normal type. Or what if they said psychic terrain? Or the Pokedex. The Pokemon Stadium 2 has a trophy and an icon for it. We might use that. Or the Hall of Fame ribbon. Patreon badge. They just become a Patreon. It's 2. 3. So we're getting to a week ago. So we are making progress. 6 years ago. Also in before the live pre-birthday stream comments get answered. Tag hash Bandit Robins 31 Raiders. This was 6 days ago. You think I'm answering every comment from a pre-birthday stream? I am not, and you should not ask me to. I can see you're thinking of my birthday. I've been thinking about it too. What's with this aggro AI? Why does it hate humanity? The AI is more entitled than I am. The AI can't tell that I'm joking. Bandit Robins 31 Raiders. Terminator AI. We could definitely put this in the AI video. The AI is completely unable to detect my, like, sarcastically mean responses. It actually just makes me sound like a psycho. But of course the computer can't tell. Can't believe you'd foist extra work on me on my day off. So actually, my actual response is pretty mean as well. Foisted. 1, 2, 3. 2 more. Metroid Fusion. A Metroid Fusion stream would be awesome. I've been waiting since the poll you made. Metroid Fusion was 3rd, I think. Final Fantasy 14 streams would be cool, though. I don't know how many people from a Pokemon channel would see them, if I'm being honest. And then AI responses. Noted. Not a bad idea. That would be cool. Like, if they're this generic, why even respond, right? Fusion was 3rd in the poll. If people watched RuneScape, they'd watch sick Dark Knight gameplay in FF14. We're gonna protect everyone. We're at 7 days ago. Just so you know, I'm the guy who's never played any other video game or anything newer than NES. Wow, they're ancient. I still think this is incredibly valid and deserved criticism. I love Pokemon, but it's getting hard to even pretend they're good games anymore. I defer to your veteran wisdom. Old. Sorry, Cheese, I only watch Blue Mages. Blue Mage is my favorite class, but it's not a full class, is it? 120. Is a free +1 to the comment counter. Stop freeloading for exposure. Chapter 3 Cavalier Generic is S tier. Was it Chapter 4? Chapter 4 was the one in the fog. Never forget the 1-2 Armor Knight. Never forget. Blue Mage in FF14 is weird, but I like how much crazy stuff you get. You can ultra buff a dot that never goes away. But are they... Can you use them in, like, dungeons and stuff, or are they just a for fun class? Speaking of fun, 10 people horribly infected by pin missiles shot by Gundy Netbane. That sounds fun, I think.
Come here, booty!
Nice 10-hit pin missile. That also reminds me, because I'm definitely going to forget. This is good. This is our last stream in March, so I should do this. By clicking a button that says show your support for imported cheese. Can I support myself? Pew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pinned. Three more here. They keep stacking up. I keep have to... It's 2, right? This is not level 5 Vaporeon. This is a short. It's a short video, but it's not a short format. Classic video. From the old days. You get a Morble mount for doing all the ARR Heavenswood raids on a party or blues. Do blue mages get bad breath? Is that the super dot? I know bad breath as like the ultra status move. They do get bad breath, okay. Pokemon Prison comment. Hi, Mr. Cheese, you're unlikely to read this comment. But I wanted to say it anyway. I watched your videos and live streams religiously for a time because I like your humor. I'm also going through a breakup with Pokemon and Pokemon videos. As for the prison break, the only thing that stopped me is I've never played Fire Emblem and it seems very lore-dense and difficult for a beginning to understand. I can't imagine I'm the only one who feels this way. It's tough and I sympathize with your dilemma because with Pokemon, basically everyone has played it or watched the cartoon, so your audience comes in already having knowledge of it. My thought would be, maybe poorly known games would do the trick, do the opposite of comfort content. There's a video on YouTube right now doing really well about Tokimeki Memorial 3, which I think is emblematic, fire emblematic, of this because it's basically unheard of outside Japan, or something like a Fire Emblem for Dummies, I don't know. I actually did make this. I actually unsubscribed because of the large amount of FE videos, but at the same time I'm getting FOMO and kind of sad because I can't really engage anymore with a YouTuber that I liked. Ah, okay. Interesting. Large amount of FE videos. Do we have a large amount of FE videos? This just has to mean like an FE stream series, right? Because we really don't have that many FE videos. We could do JP exclusive translation stuff. I feel like you do a good job balancing FE Pokemon and other content. Well, the balance will be shifting. Unfortunately for you. You can't escape just by unsubscribing. to right-click and hide the channel. Or else I'll find you. There we go. Unfortunately, as with many things, the implementation of shorts to YouTube has completely killed the value of subscribers. Subscribing just means nothing, because on the short slop trough, it's basically the same as just like liking. So subscriptions have become worthless. Shorts must be destroyed. 1, 2, 3, 4, one more. Subscription feature was already kind of lacking before Shorts, but Shorts was... It's more than just the nail in the coffin. It was like slitting the throat to actually finish off the subscriber feature, throwing it in the coffin, hammering in all of the nails, not just the last one, and then piling on the dirt. I hate Shorts. Emerald Greens on Pokemon Prison says, I've watched this video 3 times already. True fan. I've got to say 2. I think more story-focused games make for good live streams. Oh, sorry, there's AI comments. Glad you like them. I think so too. More to come. I think... I don't have any evidence for this. It's just a theory. But I suspect story-based games might be harder for people to jump into if they miss a segment. Of course, I catch every segment. This is just a suspicion, though. I think another reason why Pokemon Stadium 2 has such a low drop-off between parts 1 and 2. Normally, livestream part 1 has double the views of every subsequent livestream in a series. Pokemon Stadium 2, part 1 and 2, same views. I think it's because it's like a battle sim. So you're not missing anything. You can jump into any point of the live stream and be caught up with the rest of it, because there's nothing to catch up on. 125. "17 seconds ago. Comment on Bandit Emblem. The best part of the game was the ending. Bandits get what they deserve, no jerk. Easy to sit on your high horse with Kanto. And slander me as a criminal. I've been... Henshining guy? I am a Henshining guy. You ever play Henshin Impact? Good morning, Kamu. Also, at least for me, I avoid story-heavy game streams that I might want to play in the future. That's also an issue, yeah. Yeah, have we even played any story-focused games? Fire Emblem has a story, but it's not really that important. There's an evil dragon, and we have to stop them. So, what are the games we played? Engage. There's an evil dragon, and we have to stop them. Fire Emblem 7. They're summoning an evil dragon, and we have to stop them. Or the guy summoning the dragons is evil. The dragon itself is not evil. Fire Emblem 8. The Demon King. Demon and dragon, they both start with D. He's basically a dragon. Fire Emblem 6, there's an evil dragon. So I don't think I would call Fire Emblem a story-focused game. Demon King? Sacred Stones? Oh. We can choose a different low... Let's do Pokemon songs. We haven't done that yet. Do you know this is a Pokemon channel? Hopefully not for that much longer. Oh, this is the Grand Coliseum. Before reading this comment, I think we will be playing Pokemon XG eventually, which is the XD hack. I hear that XG is really good. So I have a lot of hope for XG. I have to say I was very disappointed with Grand Coliseum. Not with anything the ROM hacker did. I think they did a very good job given the source material. I just think that Coliseum is unsalvageable. So I think I ended up sounding a lot more negative than I really intended to, but it's just because Coliseum is just ass. Love your videos, always have them on in the background while I work on something. I'm glad that you're actually honest about the Pokemon games' quality. It's funny that you said liking this game is impossible, yet J-Rose just released a video with Coliseum Challenge and said that it's his second favorite Pokemon game and that it's really, really good. Funny how opinions differ. AI comments, but these are useless. I'm glad you like them. I appreciate that. Always. Maybe it's better in a challenge run setting. That's my only guess. It is basically already set up as a gauntlet to test the worst of the worst, the cream of the crop. So in that sense, maybe Coliseum does have a use there. AI is out of control. AI is out of control. Out of control. 1, 2, 3. You may not think that the ROM hacker did anything wrong, but the Memento Dustox Mount battle was the nail in the coffin for me. What, you don't like Mementos, the Fresh Maker? You don't want Res? Seven minutes. I've watched this video more than 5 times to fall asleep. Take that as you will. Watch time is watch time. What are we at here? 1, 2, 3. I guess this counts. 4. Here we go. Pokemon Prison. I will admit I'm part of the problem. I will buy the games no matter what, but I'm at the point where I just want to press A to win while listening to YouTube. Have you tried RuneScape? Great second monitor game. That is, I think, a large part of the appeal of RuneScape. It's like a super medieval clicker that never ends. And that's 5, right? 130. RIP RuneScape. We might come back for Leagues. That's what a lot of players do. Leagues is a seasonal game mode of RuneScape that is, it's usually like 1 month a year. And then everybody starts on a fresh account, and then you just get to do completely crazy things within the scope of the game. Isn't RuneScape in a bad place right now? The game itself is doing very well. It's the potential monetization that could be ruining it. But I will say my life has improved since quitting RuneScape. I can actually do other things. Using a calculator to update your counter? Yes, it's just a calculator. Just wait till you get to 35. Are you 35? There we go. You are 35. Well, what's it like at the end? 35's not old. Wait, Rebecca's Walt's mother? No wonder Roy sucked? Yeah. Get your remotes ready. We didn't get to play this during Bandit Emblem because we didn't have a high enough dark rank. You know that Walt and Roy are milk brothers? They nursed at the same teat. That's why they both have such exceptional stats.
It's sucking me dry.
Come here, Rebecca! Sucked. That's a response, right? There you go, 2. Oh my goodness. Long comment. Pokemon Prison. I can rarely watch streams from you since I live in France and I'm in med school, so EU unfriendly, and also they're very busy doing something more important than Pokemon YouTube. But I love most of the content you do, Pokemon FE, Xenoblade, even if born in 2004. I don't know how much games older than Pokemon Diamond and Pearl since I never had the software to play them as a kid. Still very fun to discover with you. I really think you deserve more subs. Also kind. And that your videos are very fun. I'm advertising my friends 24/7 for your, or 24 hours a day for your content. I'm really sorry for you being trapped in that loop. It's endless. I hope you're able to get out of jail. I just wanted to thank you for your work and the fun times you bring me. Or just for your soothing voice. Oh! To which I fall asleep when I catch a stream late at night. A lot of people fall asleep to the videos, but watch time is watch time. When I catch a stream but fall asleep in front of it, well, that's fine because it keeps playing. Personally, I boycott Pokemon since Sword and Shield. And I'm truly sorry that Pokemon has fallen into this state, but most important is the following statement. Keep your morale high, you're incredible. She's so kind. Love from France. France is America's greatest ally. We've never been enemies. Yes, Klinklang and Vilix aren't as bad. Uh-oh. Maybe this is where relationships sour. I loved playing with them my first game ever, Pokemon White. I know you don't like them, but there are many, many great ROM hacks that even modify official Pokemon games. Did it come across that I didn't like ROM hacks? I love ROM hacks. I think they're better than the mainline games. I would love you to play them as well. Fildrong, the most famous Poketuber from France, with like over 200k subs, plays them, and I always think about how great it would be if you played them as well. I like ROM hacks. Thank you for watching. See you in ZA. That's set in France. XY no horisage wa ureshii. One, two, three. 2 more. Do you have anything to say to the lurkers and the non-active viewers who only watch and don't comment? Well, I don't really know what I would say to them because I don't know what they're like. I guess I would just say thank you. The most important thing is watching, so if you're watching, then you're helping. Won't call anyone a fake fan. Asmongold jump scare. In the Emerald Legacy tier list. I'm trying to remember what this could possibly be. I think it was probably like a React video, right? It had to have been some sort of React video from Asmongold. That has to be it. That's the only thing I could imagine it being. That or like WoW. Something about World of Warcraft. One of those two. But he's known for reactions at this point, so... Hope it gets a reaction out of you. Should be past tense. Hope it got. Are ReactTubers the most obnoxious kind of content creator? I would say so if we're talking about actually like reactions like this. I think they get lumped in sometimes with reactions that are more of commentary or like analysis. I think those are totally fine. But as for, I guess, like, variety reactors, parasites, all of them, they must be purged. One more. Let's flee together away from Pokemon. Reach for my hand. It's, what's the, Edge of Dawn? It's reach for my hand. Are we flying away? Are we soaring away? I'll soar away, right? I knew it. I got it. Sora! I guess that's just a funny coincidence. Sora means sky, and it sounds like the English word soar. But that's just a coincidence. Well, we can definitely reach the 200s, I think. It's 10:33. It's endless. Let's see how far they fly on borrowed wings. The crests are the problem. Have you heard of Server 72? It's an MMO-inspired Fire Emblem fan game with some unique mechanics. Maybe you will like it. I've never heard of it. That does sound fun, though. We're still only at 135. I think we've been pretty diligent, but this takes a while. This is the glitches, Scarlet and Violet glitches tier list from 8-Bit Bidoof. Since you're streaming, I decided to reply to something I commented on your Pokemon Prison video, so I'm commenting on my favorite video. Oh wow, I'm glad they like it. I really like the intro for this video. I think I'm very happy with that one. You mentioned how you've played D&D before, and I mentioned Baldur's Gate 3 would be a great game to play. It is exactly computerized D&D. If you're not super familiar with D&D rules, the UI is pretty good most of the time, and explaining everything for you. And there are mods that make the UI even better. The mods are also just plug and play too, so it's super user-friendly. The story, characters, and role-playing are amazing. I think you get a huge kick out of some of the scenes. I could also see you doing so many funny graphics for it. Let me know if you ever need an intro to the game. It's been the main game for me to love as much as I love Pokemon. It's also a game that chat can really get into with you. I mean, I've only heard good things about Baldur's Gate 3. But it's like, it's very, very long, right? Who do you think you are? You think you can stand up to Dunsparce the Dire? You think I'll play something that isn't a Pokemon spin-off? Some AI combat. I'm imagining they can see me replying to this anyway, so they'll know it's AI, but I'll leave it in. This just makes no sense. Main concern is that BG3 might be too long. We spent forever, even on short games. I hear Carlock is cool though. "6 minutes ago. Now we can watch Cheese escape from Pokemon Prison into the clutches of gotcha hell YouTubing." You wouldn't catch me dead. Playing FE Heroes. It's 2. I started playing FE8 recently, looking forward to a tier list for it. Right after Pseudo Legends tier list. Old. Pokemon Prison 7 days ago. It's hard to be a fan, especially when you were a fan from the beginning. It's a pain to see no one keeping Game Freak in check for these crap games. Hurts me because at first I got excited, then immediately disappointed I wasted money on this rubbish. I'd say I hope the next entry is better, but I'd be vaping some high-grade tropium then. We can only hope for a good third-party game at this point. Will you play WoW live now that you've done Warcraft 3? We would probably do Final Fantasy 14 before WoW. It says, has a reply, but not from me. I think the problem is more with Nintendo than Game Freak because they have more power in when a game is released. No, I think Game Freak has the controlling share, right? Game Freak and Pokemon Company have 30% each. I'd hope they at least poach some quality devs from Nintendo or something. Anyone been interested in the Pokemon Auto Chess game? Is there one? If there's a Fire Emblem Auto Chess game, that might be fun. Ninja. That 5? I think that's 5, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Incremented. 18 seconds. Jeremy Rossi, they're in the stream, so I know this is... Well, it's like reverse stream sniping. What's the cutest trainer class in your opinion? For me, it's the Gen 6 Hex Maniac. Aroma Lady. Lord Zemnis 13. Regular viewer, they do have a Marsh badge. My first disappointment was when they removed the battle facilities. That was a long time ago. Gold will always be one of my all-time favorite games, but I just don't have faith in the Pokemon Company anymore. Surely Gen 13. Surely things will have picked up by Gen 13. Oh, Team Magma Grunt, yeah. She's got like the comfy looking hoodie. Team Magma Grunt as well. This is the guy whose PFP I think looks like Blaziken. I think it's actually just a human with a red background. But from a distance, it looks like Blaziken. I'm heading to bed now. Getting a premium and a stream was great. Thanks for watching. Unfortunately, just being polite isn't quite enough to save you. You must be judged along with all the others.
I have fought bravely, and I have triumphed. Have I not earned my rest?
Hey!
No. I trust in you!
Light, save my soul.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Thanks for watching. 2. 3 more. I would love you to play more Warcraft. I would even watch World of Warcraft streams. I think people would watch World of Warcraft streams. But I think Final Fantasy XIV might have more. Because it actually is more story-based. If you drop Pokemon and became a variety streamer, I would be very happy. To be honest, Game Freak does not even deserve the exposure anymore. If all Poketubers dropped Pokemon, the world would be a better place. I mean, I guess so, but probably not in a way that really matters. Play whatever you want. Game Freak's lazy. Resident Evil games when? Well, we sort of did Resident Evil when we played Emerald, Resident Evil, and make the Effie Sacred Stones tier list already. Effie's probably not going to be a variety streamer. I like RPGs. J. Rose is in his own form of Pokemon prison. If I had to make the same challenge video over and over with slight variations, I would lose my mind. I would go absolutely insane. But J. Rose 11 was my direct inspiration for actually making a YouTube video, because my first video, Gold Minimum Battles, is just the Gen 2 version of one of his Gen 1 videos. I've certainly diversified compared to him, but he's still doing very well. I'm glad he's doing well. I hope he's not going crazy. There can certainly be something comforting about knowing what video to make next. One of the most unsettling things about YouTube is that you don't have a boss. Like, I guess it's kind of you guys, the viewers, but, like, not really, okay? You don't have enough badges to control me. But also, there's so many viewers that it's kind of hard to get a consensus on what you should do next. The freedom, in a way, is actually chains that bind you. You can be too free. Old. One, 2, 3. 2 more. Feel free to leave whenever you want, the sooner the better. I'm not sure if this is supportive or not. As in, like, get out before it gets worse? Or, like, I'm sick of hearing from you. I'm actually not sure. I'm gonna assume this is supportive. Better flee while I still have some spring in my step. Old. But I guess you could read this either way. You're an entrepreneur, miner for views, so you're your own boss. I do have 99 mining. Fire Emblem can save us. I watched this 2 times already. I'm ready for the FE8 tier list. Fingers crossed. You got this. Same here. Fingers crossed. This is an AI comment. Maybe the AI can make the FE8 list for me. You think it was malicious? I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, because normally when it's malicious, it's like really obvious. I'm gonna choose to believe they're being nice. What was malicious? This one. Feel free to leave whenever you want, the sooner the better. Because you can either read this as, you should flee the sinking ship while it's still above water. But you could also view it as, you should leave because I'm sick of hearing from you. It could be either one. I think this, actually, no, it might be malicious. Because, like, this feel free to leave whenever you want is sort of like, don't let the door hit you on the way out, right? This oh, you're right. This probably is malicious. I choose not to believe that. I choose to believe they're actually cheering for us.
I trust you.
I choose to believe. Even if they raise their sword at us, we just have to use the talk command. We can be friends. We can be friends. A red unit is just a blue unit you haven't talked to. Like 5% of the time. Normally they're actually just red units. Hey, that is 5 though. Oh. Okay, when we get to 150, I have to answer a Slack message. This is the Johto list, as in actual Gen 2. I think this is the first video I actually appeared on camera on. If this camera is a potato, the other camera was a potato that was actually just like still underground. Wanted to post a reply to one of your replies on my comment while I have the opportunity. So you asked why I'd settle for predatory and rushed games. Honestly, it's because I haven't paid for a single one. Okay, that's fair enough. But really, I wonder myself when Shin Megami Tensei and Persona exist, and many more great games. Okay. Also, Jinx deserved to be A. Oh, in this. No, it's too late, I think, to be an A in this. Unless it's a trade one. The trade one might be like an egg in Crystal, though. We've got some AI here. I think you're onto something. Playing for free and comparing to SMT and Persona. Yes, let's steal intellectual properties. Good idea. Maybe I shouldn't have said that on camera, right? That actually could be kind of dangerous. Even though with context, I don't actually think it's that incriminating of a statement. It can be clipped out of context, right? That I maybe shouldn't have said that. Well, we're probably fine, right? As long as nobody actually...
そこまでだこそ。我ら任天堂忍者登場。
Listen, man, I know an up-and-coming lawyer in the European Union, okay? This is all a misunderstanding.
おとなしくすると良いぞ。
I'll see you in court, okay?
お前は
It's close. Jinx is a pretty solid pick. Maybe I'm just biased against early game evolutions. It's an AI comment. That happens to be the exact opposite of what I would say, because if anything, I'm biased towards early game evolutions, right? Isn't Nidoking my #1 Pokemon in Gen 1? And it doesn't evolve at all, right? You can just skip Smooch him. Jinx is just too late. Sadly. I would also be more forgiving of Pokemon if it were free. There we go. Vernitus, member for 18 months. Nice March badge. That's one. You can just see the ninja's head peering out from the lower comment. Doll Paul. Yo Soy Paul, not No Soy Paul. With a 10-hit pin missile. Thank you for the 10-hit pin missile.
Come here, booty.
Booty claimed. $25. Oh my god. Guillermo Moservis Salmeron. 2209. On Pokemon Prison says, at 25 minutes, I thought this was a fan game of Pokemon, not a review. But I'll stick around and subscribe. Oh, they might have thought Pokemon Prison was like a fan game. SV would be a lot more forgivable if it actually were a fan game. Feels bog. How's my social life been? It's okay. I'm planning a picnic this weekend. And hopefully my friends will be willing to help film some graphics there. I'll never guess what they'll be used for. Can't you worthless lagoos do anything right? We're off fighting a war, and you louts are out here having a picnic.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
Is the cameraman invited? He is, yes. The main thing I want to get is there's some nice little... There's like some wooden docks above some ponds. So I could maybe film the Magikarp video intro there. Because I'm going to be the Magikarp salesman. So that's also why I have this horrible scratchy beard. Because I need to look as suspicious as possible. Three more. Oh, there's something in the hit new Ubisoft game, Assassin's Creed Shadows, that is absolutely hilarious. So there's a scene with some villagers in feudal Japan enjoying a picnic underneath the cherry blossoms. It's a very Japanese thing, nothing wrong with that. However, they're doing it on blue sheets. Like, they spread out a blue mat on the ground. So, that's the thing we do in modern Japan. You gotta get the blue sheet to go to Hanami. Hanami is the flower viewing. But the reason why we get the blue sheet, it's not a tradition. It's because the blue sheet is like $1 at your local dollar store. It's nice and durable, it's nice and cheap, it's easy to clean. So that's why we use the blue sheet. So having these medieval peasants picnicking on blue mats, like, to put this in a Western context, it would be like if you walked into a colonial American village and they were enjoying, like, barbecue tailgating out of the backs of their pickups. It's completely wrong. It's very funny. So I think they just Googled Hanami and thought that the blue mats must be some sort of tradition. Very funny. I've been playing the new Assassin's Creed game. You fight Oda Nobunaga and Mitsuhide, and you knew who they were from watching my videos. I thought Oda Nobunaga was your boss. Maybe he's evil. I cannot believe how disrespectfully they treated Oichi in Shadows. Yeah, that's also probably a big deal. So Oichi was, Oichi is Nobunaga's sister. She's in Pokemon Conquest. Unfortunately, she uses Jigglypuff. But the fact that she's a romance option was probably a bad idea. Because she's like the symbol of extreme devotion to her husband. I think in the game her husband is dead? So her first husband died in war. And her second husband she married for like political reasons, she had to. But she was still undyingly faithful. Well, actually not undying, because she literally died with him. But, well, first of all, I don't really understand why there's romance options at all. And Oichi absolutely should not have been one. That's like kicking the hornet's nest. Is she renowned for infidelity? She's renowned for the opposite of that. And I think she was renowned for her beauty. One. 2. Absolute cinema, apparently. I hope you watched on a computer for the full cinematic experience. Renowned for your beauty, you say how unique? Well, we probably don't remember the ones who weren't renowned for their beauty, so that's why it seems like everyone was renowned for their beauty, or renowned for their bravery. 1, 2, 3. The Darmanitan girl in the thumbnail, she was renowned for her beauty and her bravery. I'd gaff about Fire Emblem, but if Cheese is moving on to it, I will proactively make the suggestion. Try out Fire Emblem 8. The Sacred Stones. For the GBA. Great starting point. Historical accuracy, I think the game is pretty fun still. It looks very good. But I'm probably not going to play it. Hilarious that I'm saying from the Conquest video and not Japanese history. Well, how much do you know about Japanese history, right? You probably get it from the Conquest video. And here's 5. TPC acknowledged that there was a problem caused by their priority being constant releases. We're still only 7 days in the past. But basically said, our priority is still consistent releases to give fans what they want, more content. Yes, I do remember them saying that. With a corporate nothing promise to try to have conversations about how they can have higher quality as well. That statement was made before the DLC came out, so I guess the conversation ended in, let's keep our schedule, also make it worse, we can go lower. There is no floor for Pokemon. Fans will defend anything. Wick defend. We need Nintendo to crack the whip. I think that's actually the only thing that could happen. Nintendo basically saying to TPC, hey, we can't keep selling this stuff. Like, not if it's coming out like this. Here's some Monolith Soft developers. Take like 4 years and actually make something functional, please. I heard they released a day 1 patch that made the shrines indestructible because the Prime Minister lambasted them for it. The Prime Minister of Japan did actually comment on Assassin's Creed Shadows. Not like directly. It wasn't somebody asking, what do you think of Assassin's Creed Shadows? It was like in a forum, and it was more about foreign treatment, or like depictions of sacrilege, I guess, or desecration of Japanese shrines in foreign media in relations to Assassin's Creed Shadow, but I don't think they said the name. And then, of course, the Prime Minister just gave like a PR response, like, of course it's unacceptable, and we would hope that they would treat us with more respect than that. I think that's the situation of that. So the Prime Minister did comment on it, but not directly. My favorite part of AC Shadows is completing the map, only to later see in the shop that my time spent was worth $10. The fact that it is a full-priced, single-player game with a battle pass is unacceptable. That should be reason enough to want Assassin's Creed Shadows to fail. I can't believe it. The audacity. Because you know they ripped out features to sell to you. It's horrible. Oh, he actually did say Assassin's Creed. Wow. Well, they won't be able to hide in the shadows from that. We made it to 150. Finally, a true Gen 1er. I think I already approved this comment. I heard it sold over 2 million copies already. I think it's that it reached 2 million players, which is not the same. Because you can play it on the Ubisoft platform, and it's like a $20 a month subscription. So those players didn't pay full price. Gotta answer this Slack message. They want me at the train entrance by 3:10. I can do that. So I have to respond. The occult battles. We did make it to 150. There's 150 and more to see. To be a Pokemon master is my destiny. I think those are the words. It's been a very long time. How do you like my singing? Do you think that should be a career?
Hello? Is this thing on? Is there anyone out there? Am I all alone? I need a bigger axe.
I need a bigger axe. Does the Pokeathlon not exist Evo Stones? We spent so much time checking in Hard Gold and Soul Silver that you actually cannot get the Evo Stones before post-game, unfortunately. We double, triple checked. No way to get the juicy Evo Stones before post-game. You can get the basic ones, yeah, but not like Dawnstone, Duskstone. Oh. This is on Bandit Emblem. Did I try triple doubled? No, double triple, okay. Important to use Fire Emblem video. This is Patrick. Important to use Fire Emblem video. We're eating good today, lads. Lads! This comment allegedly was not generated by AI. I did say lads a lot in the video. You bet your bottom dollar, or we're ready for the revolution. What? I've never heard this phrase. This is not a real phrase. You bet your bottom dollar. We're ready for the revolution. Well, this is a lot more sinister when the AI says it. Is this written by Skynet? You bet your bottom dollar. It is a real phrase. It's an Aussie one? Really? I've never heard this. And as you know from the Tropium video, I'm not qualified to be an Australian. I'm gonna look this up. What is this? You bet your bottom dollar. You bet your bottom dollar. I think it's gonna give me an AI summary at the... No, it actually gives me a real one. You can bet your bottom dollar, informal, used to state one's conviction that a particular thing is going to happen. So just you're saying you're assured of it. Okay. I've never heard this. Well, I guess I could say that as of learning that phrase, I am one bottom dollar richer. You can bet your bottom dollar. This is an AI comment. You can get premium content from this channel without paying top dollar. There we go. Although it's probably a good idea to pay some dollars if you're concerned about your own safety.
All right, peasants. Your money or your life? What's it gonna be?
Please, have mercy.
I guess you stinking peasants are good for something. As for the rest of them, got 'em like Goldines!
It's a massacre. It's a massacre. Thank you to the mighty Patreons. 2, 3 more. By Ganondork Dragmire. On the bandit emblem. Where's my recruitable brigand named Omar, where he has an unreasonable amount of res, and all the supports are around him being short despite his great con stat? Sounds like an Awakening era character. It really does. You just have one trait. So you get this bandit that has really good res, and all of his supports are about how small he is. Although I think this is a compliment. They're saying I'm buff. Thank you, Ganondorf. That means a lot coming from you. Are you still planning to make a video on Asian men's representation in Western media? I definitely am thinking about it a little bit. I think the window has closed, because you would do it when Shadows releases, right? But there's still Ghost of Yote, which I think will be a fun game. I think Ghost of Yote is going to be great. I plan to play it, just like on my own. I think I would just be mentioning Ghost of Yote because it's really just funny. Well, not funny. It's indicative of the state of Asian men representation that there's 2 games by major Western studios that take place in Japan, releasing in 2025, and you can't play as an Asian guy in either of them. I don't think it's some insane right-winger opinion to want to play as an Asian guy in Japan. One, two, three. But it would be like it would be a topic that's much broader than just AC Shadows and Ghosts of Yote. It's just I really wish that we weren't excluded from the push for like seeing ourselves in things. Because being an Asian is like being a grass bug type. You just get clobbered by everything. You're not the majority, so people make fun of you. They make fun of your eyes. They make fun of the stuff you bring for lunch. So in that sense, you don't get the benefit of being the majority. But affirmative action then punishes you because you get negative values on your test scores. Why? It's not fair. Do they think Amaterasu gives us the answers because we do a ritual and sacrifice 3 onigiri to her or something? No. We get good grades because if we don't do it, Mom gets pissed. It's not fair. But it's kind of like a minefield topic, so that might be a reason I don't make it, because it's too scary. There's too much potential for somebody to misinterpret what I'm saying and for it to go wrong. So it's very low on the list of videos to make. Ah, okay, I had to sacrifice 4 onigiri. That's why Amaterasu never answered me. I'm sorry. I was too greedy. Have you been to an Amaterasu shrine before? I don't think one specifically for her, but there's shrines like everywhere. If you just go for a walk in a Japanese city, you'll just find random shrines. Mom brings out the holy weapon, the sandal. Oh my god. In Arab culture as well, you get the sandal. If you watch any Arab, like, soap operas, I think this is also a thing in, like, Latin soap operas as well, but in Arab soap operas, for sure. If they break out the ship, that's what we call the slipper, it's over. Weapon of mass destruction. That's also why that dude threw his shoes at George Bush. It wasn't just that it's like a handy projectile, or I guess a footy projectile. It's that it's like a huge insult in Arabic culture, because the shoes are viewed as, like, very unclean. I'm sure they're viewed as unclean everywhere, but especially in Arab culture, like, it's a massive insult. Unfortunately, maybe he had weapon triangle disadvantage, or Bush just had a good enough evade stat. He wasn't even close to hitting him. And he dodged both hits. It wasn't even close. $8 minutes go on Pokemon Prison. I'm not sure if it's more or less sustainable for your channel, but if you changed primarily FE, I would love that. I'd rather you play a series you have fun with. It also has the same amount of rich ROM hacks from fans that Pokemon has. I think we're gonna... Our goal is to become a dual type. A dual type that can make videos... A mix of videos. Forever. As a bush, he has intrinsic terrain bonuses. That's better than what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that the podium had an evade bonus. It was like the seize point. But yeah, as a bush, that's plus 20 evade, plus 1 defense. That's pretty good. Bush activated Ghost Walker. Is that Xenoblade X? That's what you're talking about, right? I don't remember much about the game. I did play the entire thing, but all I remember is that when it's overdrive time, you gotta use Ghost Walker. This is another, like, AI comment? Okay. Or it's Ghost Factory. I think they're both skills, right? Ghost Factory's like a stronger version of Ghost Walker, I think. That's 5 comments, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, hey, those, Oh, no, it's still here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got it. Alright, we've officially finished Gen 1. Gen 2. Maybe we'll just try and hit a new high score in the next 1,000 comment battle, because we're not even getting close to 1,000. We'll see what gen we can reach. Rural Squirrel Juror. Maybe the most difficult YouTube username to pronounce I've ever seen. Rural Squirrel Juror. German spies beware. There's no way you're getting through this one. Honestly, I've always felt your critiques came from a place of genuine love. Ah, than someone who just likes to poop on a popular franchise. Thank you! Maybe we can cast Redemption on Pokemon someday. Redemption is the Paladin Resurrection spell. They're all functionally the same, but Paladins has the coolest name, Redemption. I think the priest one is literally just called Resurrect. Wow, they were a lot here. Ralp Bees. It's a 30 Rock reference. A character was starring in a movie that nobody could pronounce. Rural Juror. Oh, it was called Rural Juror. That's very difficult to say. And squirrel's just another difficult word to say. I have to make the very real argument that playing Pokepark 2... I didn't even know there was a Pokepark 2. An intentionally cute kids game has actual more gameplay to offer you than SV do. It has a whole coliseum... Okay. Not Johto's finest, by the way. Of Pokemon you can have action battles against that actually get difficult. It also has more voice acting than SV, despite just being the anime Pokemon cries when they speak. or that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX, which I do own, we might play it someday, and new Pokemon Snap, which may not even be gameplay styles you care to play, still have more going on in the main series, in gameplay, graphics, visual presentation, and story. We'd probably play new Pokemon Snap before DX, just because new Pokemon Snap's shorter. Although I didn't have a super connection to OSRS, I ended up watching your skills tier list for that, the RuneScape Mon stream, and the bit about OSRS's greedy parent company. I do think you do great editing regardless of what games you play, which I do get is a struggle. When it's not the super most popular series Pokemon, or a series that you like to talk about, and others may not. Fire Emblem isn't as much for me being a strategy game, but hey, I may check them out sometime. TLDR, I'm 30 years young to play some fun older or newer games you like for a stream. I think the issue with playing Xenoblade is that it was 3, which a number of people may still not have wanted to be spoiled on, or thought, how can I get into a series on the third title, not knowing the games are separate stories. I do think you should give Kirby and Crystal Shards or Star Fox 64 a go sometimes. We definitely are playing Kirby 64. I think there could be some amusing fun based on the amount of votes they still go for viewership. Ricky is the best character, and Daddy Pawn. How do we reply to this? We can still have fun with the spin-offs. And I think ZA will be fun. We might have to make that fun ourselves. Catch every last one of them! I'm actually very excited for Dimitri. Vengeful Dimitri ZA. I sort of hope that's the direction we can go in, because I think it's going to be very fun. I just really want to say catch every last one of them. One, two. I actually haven't played Blue Lions in Three Houses, but we don't actually know how Dimitri lost his eye, right? It's just after the time skip. He starts getting kind of loopy before the time skip, and after the time skip, he's completely nuts. And he's missing an eye. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Deep breath. Longtime Pokemon fan, and this had me rolling. Oh, they have iframes. On my side channel, I thought of becoming a PokeTuber and did about 6 videos before scrapping it all because of everything you said in the first 17 minutes of the video. I just said, I don't want to be stuck with this niche. Very smart of them. I always hated the phrase, X is giving me cancer when talking about a game, but that's how I felt when I played Sun and Moon. I didn't think it was that bad, but I didn't like the tutorials. I legit took a hiatus from Pokemon and ended up getting the next few games, minus PDSP, not even me, about 2 years ago, and yet. I have Octopath Traveler, Triangle Tactics, actually Triangle Strategy, Breath of the Wild, and Mario Odyssey collecting dust on the shelf with 0 hours in unopened, while I cycle through playing Let's Go Pikachu Shield, Scarlet, and Violet in my free time. I'm interested in what led to this. I will say that I tried Triangle Strategy. I toughed it out for like 8 hours. I just couldn't. It's so boring. It's so boring. Who are these people you're talking about? Why are you talking so much about them? I can't. And I like dialogue-heavy games. I couldn't. Despite it all, I'm still in the minority opinion that the games are getting better. I'm interested to see what they say next. Or rather, they haven't improved at all since Ruby and Sapphire, and they are trying and failing new things. I appreciate these attempts because I'm not the same kid that was playing Crystal when it first dropped. The direction they're going in just so happens to fit perfectly with my busy schedule as a working adult, and the slop is more palpable for my brain. I played the old games again for prior channel with the idea that I would be playing the oldest Pokemon game and newest Pokemon game at the same time, while occasionally dipping into Crystal and Emerald to refresh my mind on them because I hadn't played them outside of ROM hacks. They were unbearable, and it really makes you see how much ROM hacks are carrying the older games, really. The new games have found a niche in being palpable story and creature-driven soap opera with mechanics and creatures that we all like. I can't agree with this. My sister described me not playing blatantly superior games as we all have the ingredients for the perfect pad thai, but right now I'm in the mood for hamburger helper. But there's another thing about Pokemon that's missing in a lot of new games. For a lot of people, Any level of customization and expression in variety is better than none, because you just get sick and tired of having to play a certain way with a certain guy. All those games might be superior, but I don't want to be Link, Mario, Cloud, or Shulk right now. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet has less customizable features, but I can random battle someone with a team of all purple Pokemon with the name Purple, with a different capitalized letter within the name for each, and that's a very explicit type of nuanced expression that shows the exact kind of person I want to be that day. In Violet, I have a trainer, OC, that has a team of Pokemon exclusively of Pokemon that have antagonizing dex entries with each other, like Quacklevolt and Serena and Seviper and Zangoose. I like that I can change the stat bonuses and penalties to natures now, so I can have my little guys with messed up natures without sacrificing their effectiveness. I find oftentimes the biggest supporters of Pokemon are people who understand Pokemon is for everyone, and it delivers on the promise that better than a lot of better JRPGs. Said people are going to put up with the terrible quality of Pokemon because the alternative to fill that void is still so much worse. I promise that if Digimon, or even goddamn Monster Rancher, just made a series of Pokemon clones with the diversity, DEI, in customization and creatures for the player and monster, I would jump ship in a heartbeat, but that is not the direction they're going in. It's either Pokemon or Roblox or modded Minecraft. Basically, Pokemon is like D&D 5e right now, except that's a bad comparison because there are plenty of superior tabletop RPGs that people are just too cowardly to get in. It's a really long comment. You can't say that I didn't read all of it. I did read all of it. I did read all of it. I'm trying to think of a response. I think this is just my response. Like, having, I think, digested all of it.
What have you done? The human body can't handle that much tropium. We're losing him. I need 2 lava cookies, a full restore, 3 raspberries. He's gone.
I do want to write an actual response. They clearly cared a lot, because they did type out this, well, the trash truck is outside, which is, I don't want to imply that this comment is trash, but the trash truck is outside right now. I think the main thing I want to respond to, I do want to write a real response, right? I don't want to be too rude to this guy. They clearly care a lot. I think the thing about the pad thai is what I'm going to launch onto, because the fact is that you don't have to cook the meal yourself, right? The chefs in the video game industry serve us the meals. There's no reason to settle for this slop when other chefs are serving up actual gourmet meals. And I think they might say that those meals aren't to their taste. I'm sorry. Like, you shouldn't accept this garbage. That's my stance. Meanwhile, $10 macrotransaction from Bork Laser 9000. I think we can see, this is a lot of booty, right?
More! More! No such thing as too much booty! We're gonna be eating like kings tonight!
Thank you for the booty. For your it was for the triangle strategy. For your triangle strategy take, people swear up and down it's the best new tactics game, but I couldn't stomach more than 10 hours myself. I think I enjoyed the actual gameplay. And I think once you get through the dialogue and become invested in the world, because I think you're supposed to do multiple playthroughs, I'm sure the mental burden is much less on subsequent playthroughs. It probably didn't help that I was also trying to play at least parts of it in Japanese, which made it a lot more taxing for me as well. It's also very possible that I was just bad and getting frustrated because I wasn't good at it. But unfortunately, one of the issues with, I guess, games like Triangle Strategy or Fire Emblem 5, right, Thracia 776, is that the games that are good once you get into them, once you get used to them, I guess also this also applies to Final Fantasy XIV, right? Just finish A Realm Reborn. Like, the people who obtain the skills to work through and mitigate the bad aspects of the game. These are the people that like the game in the first place. Because if you don't like the game, you're not going to delve deeper in order to solve it. That's one of the issues. It's like, Thracia is fun, like, once you get it. But if you don't, it's horrible. I think that Thracia is the worst blind playthrough. Because it just kicks your ass to Sunday and back. I don't think that's a real phrase. And it just feels like there's nothing you can do. Now, there are things you can do. But they're in the enclosed instruction book, which you probably didn't read because there's no way you're playing an original Japanese copy. I cannot excuse the slop that Pokemon serves us. No more. I'm not going to be a willing hostage under the boot of nostalgia and familiar faces. The franchise deserves so much more than what GF is capable of. I think this probably does sound a lot more aggressive than I want to, but I cannot understand this viewpoint. I can't get this garbage anywhere else. This is my garbage. I wish it just wasn't garbage to begin with. I wish I didn't have to pinch my nose playing these games. I wish I could interact with my favorite Pokemon in a format that's not embarrassing to show on screen. And that's what we could have if we didn't accept what they gave us for the past decade. That's what's really disheartening. What has worse visuals, Pokemon or Neptunia? Well, I don't know what Neptunia is, so I'm gonna say Pokemon. Intro going straight to the Spank Bank. How do I respond to this? Evolve into a Patreon for more? Well, then I'm just lying to them. Excuse me, sir. This is a children's channel? Or family friendly, I guess. Will I ever do more showdown stuff? Maybe, although surely we'll be migrating to Pokemon Champions, right? That's gonna be great. It's not gonna be great. Pokemon Lo-Fi Part 2! That's 4, so 1 more, right? Watch this shiny egg hunting for Psyduck in Ultra Sun. I thoroughly enjoyed the video. I'm big into video game essays and retrospectives. I guess this is an essay. Though I'm picky about good narration and script writing, which you exceeded expectations. I'm glad they thought it had good script writing. I'm very glad they thought this because I didn't write anything down. So the actual, like, raw footage, raw and uncensored, for your Spank Bank, it's 3 hours long. despite the edited video being only 47 minutes long, so there were a lot of outtakes and things that you never saw. Pulling back the curtains of content creation is great for transparency's sake and communication between creators and viewers. I'm interested to see what path you end up creating for yourself. I personally would love to see a pivot to playing through Rocksteady's Batman series. Isn't Rocksteady like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle villain? What does that have to do with Batman? I'm not sure what that means. It's like Bebop and Rocksteady are like TMNT fans. Or villains, right? So maybe they attack Batman? I actually don't know what this means, I'm sorry. I only play Pokemon games. Thank you for watching the Batman Arkham games. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Rocksteady is a studio behind the Batman Arkham series. Okay, so there's no relation to TMNT. Well, that probably tells you I probably won't be playing them because I don't even know they exist. We might be able to make more general video game analyses videos if we have a Smash success video. If we manage to make a Smash success video on a topic. That's what we're really waiting for. Would you do stuff like reviewing Japanese Fire Emblem tier lists? That could be interesting. Didn't Mecha do something like that? We could do that. That could be fun. Is that 5? That's 5, right? 160. We had a huge comment there. At 34, they just say bro. I'm afraid I have no idea what this is. So I'd have to check it. The Master Emerald Sonic Defenders. I can't trust any of you. I stopped caring after the disappointment of Alpha Sapphire / Generation 6. Once Generation 10 released and the poor remaster of Generation 5, I will close the door on the franchise. I think it's just like a grammatical mistake, right? So they're saying they're still like barely holding out hope for like the next generation. And then once they bungle that as well, they will truly lose hope, right? I'm gonna say, why wait for Gen 10? The door is already closed. People say we have too many graphics. I don't know where they get that idea from.
So begins the trial of Bandit Lord Omar the Ogre. What say you in your defense?
Go a few days without jerking your belly and see how civilized you act. Do your worst.
So be it. For your crimes against the kingdom and her people, we sentence you to Pokemon prison.
No. No, please, anything but that. No. 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 I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm responding to a Slack message. The door's been closed. Game over. All this work when you could just have the AI generate replies for you. I know, it's so easy. 2. Finally, a Pokemon video that lays it out by Tree Froggy. Generation 6 was really carried hard by the online functionality. The PSS was great. They figured it out perfectly, and then I think they made it worse on purpose. Because it's too easy to complete the Pokedex. So you're not going to buy both versions. So they have to make it worse. I think most Pokemon fans know the sorry state of the franchise. They're too afraid to confront it. That's definitely feels bog. You can't really deny it. I'd watch the Zelda vids, I must have missed those ones. Damn you, algorithm! We could play Zelda. Minish Cap would be fun. Minish Cap is pretty short, right? We could finish Minish Cap in a weekend. Looks incredible for the GBA. My favorite Zelda is Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is also, well, yeah, I'd say actually Majora's Mask is also my favorite, but it's like very weird. Oh my goodness. Alright, deep breath, but this is comment number 5. It's so sad to hear that live videos do way better for content creators, because on my end at least, I find them way more uninteresting than scripted and edited videos. Well, I can't really argue with that. At their best, scripted videos feel like I'm watching a movie documentary that's tailor-made to my taste and has so much unique personality in them. With live streams, the best I can hope for is having them on in the background for a few laughs while I do something that actually grabs my attention. Even with Imported Cheese specifically, I'd rather, it's very weird to be talked about in third person, even with Imported Cheese specifically, I'd rather watch the premium edits of his ranking videos rather than the live versions, just because I can't have my attention last 10 hours when all of it just feels like it's dragging from one statement to the next. Like that feeling in a movie when you're taken out of it because you realize the scene's just taking way too long. That's how all live streams feel to me. That's fair enough, but the reason why the ranking videos are so long is specifically in service of the premium, right? That's why we have to do all these retakes. But I don't think they're incorrect to feel this way. I know this isn't the opinion of everyone, but I imagine that if most people just wanted live streams, there wouldn't be thousands, or there wouldn't be scripted videos with thousands or millions of views and active discussions that last for years on end. Twitch would have probably stolen all the YouTube viewers, or YouTube watchers by now. I feel that people want this, it's what they specifically come to YouTube for, and creators are just not being properly compensated for the time put into them to make this happen. No wonder there's only ever 1 to 2 great creators in a given niche at any time. At the end of the day, if YouTubers were compensated fairly for their efforts with videos, we wouldn't have to wait months or even years for these amazing top tier creators, like Imported Cheese, thank you, to make them. FE8 Premium someday. Imagine how many more videos they could be making if they didn't have to supplement their incomes with live streams. So sad. Ooh. Very somber. Hopefully it didn't come across in the Pokemon Prison video that I don't like live streams. I don't really feel forced to do this. I think it's fun. But of course, I'm very biased because I'm the main beneficiary. And it's also impossible for me to not be engaged, right? It's anything but passive for me because I have to be the one talking the entire time. But I think I can sympathize with this because I don't watch live streams at all. So I could totally see how it would be just kind of a ramble for the background. I think I should also clarify to this guy that the edited videos that did do well do actually make a lot of money. Enough to be worth it. And if all of my videos actually got a huge amount of views, I actually could just do it off of a video. So I'm actually going to see how much one of the videos made right now. I'm going to check. We're doing it for science here. So if we go to videos and we go to most viewed, so probably the best litmus test is, let's say, Gen 1 starters, because Gen 1 starters has 215,000 views. It's a lot. That's a lot. And it's 30 minutes long. So, I want to play a game. How much money do you think Gen 1 starters made? So 220,000 views, 30 minutes long. I think that's like a very reasonable video length. Like, nobody would say that this is like a padded video. And that's a very healthy amount of views. It's not like a super viral video, but it's pretty good. $1,000, 2.5K, $1,000, $200, $50, $25. $500, $1,500. 1 million yen, or about $500. I think 1 million yen is closer to $750. 200 if that. Wow, okay, these guesses are all over the place. I actually don't know the answer. I think it is a significant amount. Certainly enough to have made it worth it. I'll respond to this first. I could definitely see the live tier lists dragging on. But the reason why I do those live in the first place is to get viewer opinions and takes that can be stitched together for a premium. Which is what I intend for people to actually watch. Thank you for your understanding. The videos I have that did get views actually did earn. The videos I have that did get views actually would be enough to live on. I think so. I don't think the issue is YouTube's rate of compensation. It's that I'm not making videos that draw in enough views. I should clickbait more. Alright. Let's see. So, the final answer to... This was 5 comments as well, right? So, let's refresh and let's increase the counter. So, the answer to how much Gen 3 starters made. 215,000 views, 30 minutes long. The answer is Lifetime. Wow. That's actually more than I thought. That's actually really good. The Lifetime answer is $908 US before tax. That's actually really good. But that is like one of the best performing videos. A lot more of them are in the 100-200 range for like edited videos. That's it? Really? I think that's quite high. I think that's really good. I bet Park Souls made bank. Well, Park Souls was literally in the video. Park Souls made $2. I think the most profitable video, though, is Heart Gold and Soul Silver tier list. So Heart Gold and Soul Silver tier list has half the views of Gen 1 starters. It's 135,000 views, but it's 2 hours long. So it's 4 times as long. So how much do you think Heart Gold and Soul Silver made? Now just make that exact view count video amount every week? I wish. That would be the key to making it sustainable. But I think to do that, you would have to probably hire a team. 1,500? 1.2K? 706? You're guessing viewer retention is lower? It seems like the maximum viewer retention for all of my videos, the maximum, is about 45 minutes. So it doesn't really matter what the length of the video is. It always caps out at 45 minutes. 1.3K to the moon 1,700. 2,200. 1.1. Maybe the same amount if it had the same engagement. So let's see. So this is, I think, the most profitable video on my entire channel. So Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver tier list. Premiered in July of 2022. So 2.5 years old. 135,000 views, 2 hours long. In those 3 years, it earned $1,200. So whoever said $1,200, you are correct. That's really good. That's really good. It's the best monetarily performing video on my channel. But it is very exceptional. Most videos are not like that. Which is why we gotta do it live. Most videos are much more in the neighborhood of $100 to $200, which is still good for making a video, but it's not enough. What's my prize for guessing right? Well, don't accuse me of not being generous. You'll get your just reward. You'll all get your just rewards.
You have failed me, intern. It is you who should suffer.
I'm sorry, that was the wrong graphic. I didn't mean that. So hopefully you can just forget that. I meant this one.
Hello, intern. I've received your anonymous exit survey. You want to leave? Well, don't let me stop you.
But on your way out, be sure to pick up your generous severance package. Our severance package is one of the main hooks for employment here at the YTC Institute, so go ahead and claim yours.
Be happy to.
Don't be shy. It's right there.
Fresh meat!
Yes, our severance package is one of a kind. Limb from limb. Please consider leaving a positive Glassdoor review.
Hooked. Why'd you walk in a straight line? How long does it need to be for something to be counted as a view in a video? I actually don't know. But video length is extremely important. My most viewed video, the most views, is the Nimona Superboss video. 334,000 views, but it's only 11 minutes long. So how much do you think the Nimona video made? Are you threatening me? Ah! The Nimona video was a bait, though? Okay, now this response is not replying. 1.4, 1.6, 2.2k, 400, 776, 200. Ooh, you guys are very optimistic. People left halfway though, right? I think the watch time is actually okay. 150. I actually don't know, because I haven't checked this in a long time, so I actually don't know this, but I do know that video length is really important. 65. Oh yeah, people left to go look for the fight, but then I think they came back. Is this a stream for the prices, right? Well, unfortunately, there are no prizes. Alright, the answer is, so, Nimona Superboss video, the most viewed video, 334,000 views, 11 minutes long, 3 years ago. The answer is... more than I thought. 784. 784. So, unironically, the guy who said 776 was closest. Thracia confirmed. Nimona 776. It feels like a Thracia fight. What are you supposed to do? It's so unfair. But roughly half the money of HGSS, even though HGSS has less than half, it has like a third of the views. We should get EXP for guessing right. Don't spend it all in one place. Well, congratulations, Jeremy Rossi, for... if you always predict 776, at one point you're going to be right, but it's actually pretty close. While it's disappointing that almost all these comments are on Pokemon Prison. While disappointing that the Warcraft 3 playthrough wasn't the most popular stream, as a longtime WoW player, I can personally say I'm glad you could make it, cheese. Watch your tone with me. And I think this is enough of a response. If they know this line, they obviously know what the response is. (2221) heard the egregious grammatical error, clicked away, disliked, and unsubbed, but they're clearly joking. ousted for being illiterate. I could have swore that I remember somewhere around the 10-minute mark is the sweet spot for retention and ad space, but I could be totally wrong. I'm actually not sure. It definitely has to be at least 8 minutes long. Because 8 minutes is when you get mid-rolls. I'm curious for how many views your backlog still managed to get. I went through a lot of your older vids, but I found your channel and wonder how frequent other viewers do that. I can actually answer that question. Because I can just look at it right now. I can say without looking up the numbers that the majority of the ad revenue that I make per month actually comes from backlog videos. So I can actually tell you exactly what the numbers are. So all of the most viewed things from the past 30 days are obviously things that were uploaded, but I guess we can make this a guessing game as well. What do you guys think is my most viewed video that didn't come out this month? That's an interesting question. Crystal Legacy Part 1. I'll tell you, it is a video, it's not a live stream. Nemona Super Battle. Green Glitches 7. Very specific. Green Glitches 1. OG Japanese bugs. The answer will be revealed after this round of 5. So 3 more. Stadium 2. I agree with every point you've made in this video. I want so badly to believe there is hope. There is hope! In third-party devs. Pokemon Prison, not released this month. All of the top-performing videos obviously were released this month. One of the tier lists, Fire Red and Leaf Green, probably. Interesting. Pokemon main series tier list. To everyone who sees this comment, stop giving Nintendo your money. Yeah, give it to me instead. Glad we still have the bandit emote. Only 165 comments answered. I think 1,000 is a distant dream. Is it a far off memory that's like a scattered dream? 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. Engineer PFP. Oh, wow. Engineer gaming future. There's very few negative comments, actually. This is like one of the only like definitely aggressive negative comments that we've gotten. So you say, oh, he's an engineer, right? So you say you're tired of a shit taste game just to go and idolatrize other? Thinking isn't a thing of yours, right, pal? Called me a pal. I'm not your pal. Friend. And I'm not really sure what they mean by this. I think they're saying that the games what is this? What is this, like, ambush spawn what is this ambush spawn comment? This wasn't here, right? Oh, he's saying FE is bad. Okay, well, I mean, I just disagree with that. Yo Dorito Kappa, which is not what this guy's name. This guy is the reason why I know Brown Guy wasn't lying about soy being harmful to humans is more. This Chessy Monster Agro de las Americas guy is such a soy boy, it literally hurts me watching or hearing him. What is this word salad? This is incredible. What does this mean? Are they saying that I don't like Pokemon because of soy? I think that's what he's saying? This is like one of the most baffling comments I've ever seen. But I think he's just calling me a soy boy. And I think that's why I don't like Pokemon. I don't really understand this. Oh, it might also be a language barrier, though. But I think it's very clear they just don't like me. I mean, that's fine. I will say, though, maybe he takes damage watching me, but I do think my voice is nice. I'm not too insecure about that. That's fine. I mean, we responded to this, so it's not gonna... We responded to this, so it's not gonna appear anymore, so we don't have to think about this anymore. But this maybe could be one for the critical hits channel, because this is real ridiculous. I mean, soy boy is one of my favorite insults. I don't really know what it means. I think it means, like, weak and effeminate leftist man. I think that's what it's supposed to mean. Because I think it comes from getting soy milk in a latte. But to me, soy is like tofu, which is like a really protein, it's like a great low-calorie protein source. I used to have tofu parties when I did my study abroad in, at Doshisha University in Kyoto. What we would do is, my gym buddy and I, we would go to the gym, which was real sad. It was real sad. To give you an idea of how sad it was, my friend, like, we walked into the weight room, there's, like, nothing. So my friend asked the receptionist, hey, is there an area I can do squats? You know, a really important full body exercise? And then they pointed to just an empty corner. And my friend had to clarify, I mean with more than my body weight. So it was pretty rough trying to actually go to the gym. And afterwards, you gotta get the protein, so we would have a tofu party. We would just go to a convenience store, grab a block of tofu, and try our best not to cry as we ate it, because it didn't taste very good. So I've never understood this soy boy insult. It's like, soy, great protein source? Okay. If they mean that, it's like the phytoestrogens that will feminize you. I think they're called that phytoestrogens because it's like a plant estrogen, but it doesn't interact the same way in humans. So, like, it's pointless. I'm not a plant. Ridiculous. I'm glad we got some joy out of this comment, though. Milked for content. Not even soy milked. 170 comments. But as you can see, some of these comments get pretty ridiculous. Alright, let's see. So I can actually answer the previous question about the backlog. I don't think anybody got it right, by the way, so you all get 0 credit, unfortunately. But I'll just go through. Here are the most viewed videos in the past month. So number 1 is Pokemon Prison. Number 2 is the Pokemon Presents Live Red Reaction. Number 3 is Resident Treevil, which I guess wasn't released this month. It was last month, but I sort of wasn't thinking of that. Then it's both of the Stadium Legacy streams. Then it's the Birthday Bandit Bash. And now the first, I guess this would be the correct answer to my question, the most viewed video that wasn't this month. The answer is, it is a tier list. It's Pokemon Crystal Legacy tier list. Pokemon Crystal Legacy tier list, followed by Beginner Bugs tier list. Followed by XD Gale of Darkness. And here's another stat that I sort of mentioned earlier, but Stadium Legacy 1, average watch time, 46 minutes. Stadium Legacy Part 2, 43 minutes. Birthday Bandit Bash, 35 minutes. Crystal Legacy Tier List, average watch time, 46 minutes. Beginner Bugs watch time, 33 minutes. Super Pokemon Eevee Edition, 41 minutes. XD Gale of Darkness in-game tier list, 44 minutes. They're all around the same area, even though the length varies wildly. The cheese backrooms, these are the secrets. But the backlogged games, they do earn the majority of the channel income, because it all adds up. So I think I can actually look at it in detail. So Crystal Legacy tier list, finished it last year, haven't really thought about it since, except when I reference it in other videos. In the past 30 days, $35. So it all adds up. That's what makes this sustainable. That's another reason why I like doing the tier list, because they get residuals, I guess. The real passive income, not quite. But thank you everybody for watching. Watching the backlog does actually help. It helps a lot. The masses yearn for Ore. We can play XG. Soy is only a great protein source if you also work out. I mean, it's a great protein source no matter what, right? It's just not gonna actually go into muscles unless you work out. A horrifying thing, like, do you guys know what working out actually is? It's creating microscopic tears in your muscle. But your body has 99 construction, so it then rebuilds those muscles bigger. It's horrifying. Gabriel Martin, frequent commenter. I think they're actually in the chat right now. This is... Where is round 2 of Pokemon Stadium Legacy? It's endless. I think I answered this earlier, but it literally does not exist. That's why it doesn't exist. Under construction. Please be patient. Micro tears that hurt as hell the next day, but the DOMS, the delayed onset muscle soreness, that's the best feeling. That's what you really like. I love DOMS. Which game console is your personal favorite? I gotta go with the Cube, I think. I think the Cube has the most games I have the fond memory of. Cube's got a lot of good games. Gablink5190, they're a frequent commenter. What a fascinating concept for a hack. Wish it was a bit longer though. Great video. Interesting. I actually think it was the perfect length. I actually don't think I would want to play a full-length Bandit Emblem because like the missing gets out of control. I think it was actually the perfect length. I'm not like really disagreeing with them here though. But let's see what the AI says. We could have spent all day with this hack, but then who would have time to make another premium? Okay, the AI has learned how I complain. Good thing you didn't watch the live stream of this. That's what we do for 4+ hours. Well, it was 4+ hours. It was 9. This is an AI complaint. Personally, I think it was the perfect length. Chapter 6 is about where the bandits stop being story relevant. And I would have gone insane playing a full game with these hit rates. It's endless. If you want to play a full game where you can't hit a goddamn thing, play Fire Emblem 6. It's infuriating. This video was the push I needed to start watching some of your Fire Emblem content. Oh, really enjoy your work as a creator and the high effort you put into all their videos. Oh, nice comment. And I'm not going to disrespect them with an AI comment. Welcome aboard. Much appreciated. Glad you enjoy it. Thank you for joining me in this prison break. Try FE8. Attach some soy there. Apparently I've got soy to spare. I wonder if being a soy boy is infectious. One, 2, 3. So 2 more. Aritos sucks ass. My little Aritos? He's an upstanding fellow, and I assure you he is only removing the poison. Well, sucked. We can tell a story with the emotes. And I think Audios is behind them. Where does the sucked go? I'll just put it at the end. I think this, like, filters it, right? Yes, perfect. So he's sucking out the poison, which then gets expelled. This is visual storytelling. What is it? That famous Hemingway poem? For sale, baby shoes never worn. That's 6 words? What about this? This is only 1. Sucked. And this is comment number 5, right? Well, I found the channel because of the Fire Emblem videos, really. So I'd say there's hope. The idea of experiencing the Ike games here and seeing Black Knight in his original game makes me excited. If you are very confused by some of the lines in the Gen 3 starters Trico segments, Legends Leaf Blade, it'll be more clear after FE9. I love Pokemon, I really do, but what made me stay was not that most of your other videos were about Pokemon games, it was that I found you generally entertaining. Oh, so kind! And after giving the videos a proper watch the first time, they're great to have playing in the background while I'm doing something else. True fan! Besides you, the only other 2 content creators I watch these days that make Pokemon content are Picaspray, I like Picaspray, and Flygon HG. I'm not too familiar with Flygon HG, but I think he does mostly like Nuzlocke, right? I like Picaspray a lot. I like to include RT Game as well because I love him too. But Pokemon is not his usual thing. I like them mostly because of the person. There are probably some more Pokemon-focused channels I'd enjoy. I just haven't found them yet. Thanks for watching. Tellius Games someday. Form up. Surround them all. Don't let a single one escape. Looking forward for when Cheese makes a watching paint dry video to weed out the fake fans from the viewers. We can do a Pokemon sleep stream. That would basically be that. That's 5, right? We did make it to 175. Keep counting. Axolotl. Here's Mudkip. Mudkip did help me because... Okay, Mudkip unironically did help me with my translation task last week because So I'm wildly unqualified to be doing these translations, but I had to talk about or look through a legal case where humans brought a lawsuit on behalf of wildlife against a construction project that was going to be destroying Japanese marshlands. And the named plaintiffs were... It was Mutsugoro, which is mud skippers. But I knew this because Mudkip is called Mizugoro. Skipped. Probably shouldn't have me translating these things. I don't actually know these words. Sued by Mudkip. I didn't expect the ending to get that dark. No justice in this world. Unpardonable. Radiant Dawn has a mod in development called Daybreak that has balance changes and personal skills. Ooh, I don't... I'd be interested in seeing it. I hope the personal skills are minor. Because it sort of already has personal skills, a little bit. In the sense of free capacity for your innate skills. Like, Eddie doesn't actually have Wrath as a personal skill, but his Wrath is free and doesn't cost capacity. I've been gone an hour and the count has gone down from 175 to 200? I don't think it was ever 200. The count has not gone down, right? Have you had to do JLPT stuff to work in Japan? I have not. I don't think anybody cares about the JLPT. It's just, can you actually speak and read? Like, the Japanese person interviewing you isn't going to ask your JLPT score because they'll know it based on talking to you. If you can't respond, then it doesn't really matter what your JLPT score is. Although formally, I'm N2, which is pseudo-advanced. I think it's or I think it's actually just advanced. But it doesn't really feel like it. There's a distinct group of... Oh, this person comments a lot. There's a distinct group of fans I feel you missed. Those with at least 100 smashes on Pokemon Smasher Pass. Those transcendent beings whose main takeaway from the recent leaks were the canon shoe sizes of many characters. Those who, upon hearing of the internal documents circulating about a certain man spending time with a Lapras on his way to work every morning, simply nodded in understanding. But, I can see not acknowledging them if you need to, like, get revenue. I have a feeling that escaping to Fire Emblem might not escape this problem. I don't want to say escaping twice. Fleeing. See Naui, for example, but she's a 1,000-year-old dragon. I assumed it was how you even got to the interview if you didn't even have anything else to show qualification. Would you like to guess how I got an interview at a TV company? And I'll give you a hint, the answer isn't merit. What's my favorite Final Fantasy? 14, if that counts. If it doesn't, then 7 Remake. My parents are TVs. Nepotism. Nepotism is the best guess. It's actually not nepotism, though. Although my grandma actually used to be like a tarento, so like a general like spokesperson on Japanese talk shows. She's done a lot of stuff. Our attitudes are very different. Because my grandmother says that the most important thing that other people can give you is time. So that's why she says when she does like singing performances, she always has to keep in mind that everybody, even though it's only taking her maybe 15 minutes to sing, if 100 people are listening to her singing, that's 100 times 15 minutes of time from this world that she's taking. So she has to make it worth their while. I think it's a very poetic way of looking at it, very hopeful. I am looking at YouTube watch time, which is basically that. I get the hard number on basically how much time I've stolen from people. And my response to that is, it's not enough. I need more watch time. It's never enough.
All right, peasants. Your money or your life? What's it gonna be?
Please, have mercy.
I guess you stinking peasants are good for something. As for the rest of them, got 'em like goldines!
Gutted. Thank you to the mighty Patreons. But the answer to how I got a job in the TV industry was, I think it would be considered networking. It was they interviewed me for a televised Japanese speech broadcast. And then that was around the time I knew I would be changing jobs. So I asked the lady that interviewed me, hey, do you need any English speakers? And it turns out they did, because this was right before the Olympics. So that's how I got it. Not quite nepotism. I think if you search this, you can find the video with me in it. If you search that on YouTube and go back a few years, you'll find me. It's really obvious it's me because it's me. Oh, Weebra's here! Weebra is... Maybe I've said too much. Well, no, I don't think it's a secret, right? How many languages do I know? Asked the loyal paladin. Well, I know English for sure. My Japanese is very suspicious. Am I allowed to divulge Weebra's connection to the Smith Plays Pokemon channel? This is like not a salacious thing at all. I think I've said it out loud before, so I'm not really sure why. I'm making this sound a lot more suspicious than it is. 1, 2, these 3, and then we get to add another 5. The National Dex needs to come back ASAP. You're killing me. Try being over 40 and watching this franchise decline. That'll be me soon. Old. Nepotism is family, cronyism is friends. I wouldn't say I was friends with the person interviewing me. I, like, barely knew them. FE8 tier list soon, guys. 7 days ago. 7 days closer to the tier list than when this comment was made. This old emote's getting a lot of use. But okay, I'll just say, I have to DM Weebra about their rates, because I think there's a video we could make that Weebra would be really good at editing, if I can afford it. But it would basically be, it would be called, I think, No Pressure, and it would be about giving signature abilities to all of the legendaries that just have either pressure or a hidden ability that's like not that cool. So probably the one we would lead with, because I think it's one of the more interesting ones, would be Mewtwo. So Mewtwo baseline has pressure, which is useless. And I think its secondary, the hidden one, it's called Unnerve, the one that stops berries. It's so dumb. So my idea, which for the record I would like to say up front, let me be clear, I think this is a terrible idea, and it should never actually be implemented, but I think it would be really cool. Would be if we gave Mewtwo an ability called Mind Shatter! When your opponent loses the duel, but I think we would call it Mind Shatter or something like that. It might make more sense to call it Mind Break, but I think that usually means something different. So, Mind Shatter! Where if you hit an opponent with a psychic attack, they become disobedient. Because that's Mewtwo's whole thing, right? He hates humans. And he makes Pokemon rebellious, right? He leads them he leads them in the rebellion against humans. I guess it's Mind Crush. So if he hits a Pokemon with a psychic attack, they become disobedient. And disobedience is something that we basically never see. And there's a reason why we never see it, because it's horrible. It's just non-stop RNG nightmare. So they should never actually do this, but I think it'd be cool. One. Or Hive Mind, maybe. I think Mind Crush could work. Whatever the Yu-Gi-Oh thing is. 1, 2, 3. 2 more. Nice skits, brother. Reminds me of Nostalgia Critic. Uh-oh. The skit era is when Nostalgia Critic started going off the rails. Critiqued. Posted in the Discord, doxed. Did they actually find it? I think they did. Yeah, that's me. Well, obviously that's me, right? How am I gonna deny it? It's literally me. I'm not sure what other abilities we could give to Legends, but I think there's some fun ones we could come up with. I think some of these are going to be insanely overpowered, but remember that Magic Guard, Magic Bounce, and Desolate Land are real abilities that Game Freak gave to Pokemon. And if we're giving signature abilities to legendary Pokemon, I think it's okay if they're, like, kind of busted. You could give Palkia something like Infinite Expanse, where they're immune to contact moves. So it's like Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, where you literally cannot touch Palkia. I think that would be cool. You could give Dialga an ability called maybe like Hyper Time, where just turns are accelerated. So like 2 turns pass for every 1 turn. So for example, like a charge move like Solar Beam would go off immediately. A recharge move like, oh, I don't know, Dialga's signature move, Roar of Time, it still recharges, but that turn passes instantly. So you can just use Roar of Time. It has no recharge as long as your ability's active. I think that'd be cool. Of course, this is absurdly overpowered, but it's Dialga, the Lord of Time. Could give... Ho-Oh kind of does have a healing ability, sort of. It has Regenerator, and I think Regenerator is better than what I would give it. I think I would call it like Phoenix Flame, where if Ho-Oh dies, it doesn't, and revives at half HP. It's basically like a variation of Sturdy. But you don't have to be at a specific HP to survive. You get 1 guaranteed survival. But I think Ho is supposed to be the master of rezzing anyway, so I think that's fine. And I think that is still worse than Regenerator. Regenerator is really good. I don't know what Lugia would get. The music's gone. Zelda. Some Zelda songs. Kalos Lo-Fi and Chill. This is new. Or it could be a revival blessing for someone else. I was thinking of the revival for itself. So Ho-Oh itself hits 0 HP, but then goes back up to 50. is my idea. But I think this could work as a video. And something I think that would fit Weebra's style well. Weebra does the editing for Smith Plays Pokemon. Does it still count as fading so you can switch? I think it would happen. I think you would stay in. So I think it would literally be, let's say it's Ho-Oh against Groudon. Groudon stone edges you. You die. But then you go back up to 50, and then in response you Sacred Fire him. Which of course doesn't work because it's Primal Groudon, right? So what are you doing? You should just surrender. What about non-legend stuck with pressure? Can Weavile and Absol get on this too? I thought of one for Weavile. So Weavile, I was thinking, you could give it a skill called Relentless, which basically, and I think it fits Weavile perfectly. So Relentless would be that you attack the opponent before they switch. So it basically applies Pursuit to all of your attacks. I know this sounds insanely overpowered, and yes it is, but it's also just bad Shadow Tag. But Shadow Tag's totally busted. So I don't think Weavile should get this ability. I think it's completely crazy, but I think it fits. It's exactly what Weavile would do because it's a dark type, so it's good at using Pursuit. And also, it's super fast. So it makes sense that you can't escape it. It hits you before you switch. Totally busted. Would be banned instantly. I don't know anything for Absol. I'm not an Absol fan. So any suggestions for Absol? Probably something about, like, disaster warning or something. Oh, Shadow Fox 64. With a comment about Star Fox 64. It's a shame that a series on Star Fox 64 was binned, thanks to how short playthroughs are, and the dub for the original version being so campy, making it perfect for riffing on and building up personalized bits. One of my favorite Let's Plays ever is Concord adds subtitle series on Star Fox 64, which is 17 years old at this point. I was watching the series when it was debuting, and I feel ancient now. It's not binned, it's delayed. The memes are too good to pass up. It's delayed. Delayed indefinitely. That's another 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we actually got 6. That's 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if Absol tells you if your opponent will crit you this turn? Absol gets Super Luck, Night Slash, and Coin Flip. Absol should give the opponent bad luck, right? That's what they should do. How could they give the opponent bad luck? You could say that they can't activate secondary effects, but it's basically Shield Dust, right? This is just a variant of Shield Dust. You could say the opponent can't crit or activate secondary effects, but that's just Battle Armor plus Shield Dust, right? But they do that as well. They just combine abilities like Mind's Eye for Blood Moon. We know that Lavos would run Absol on their teams, right? And Low Roll as well, yeah. Any RNG goes against them. If a move has a chance to miss, it always does. I think that's a bit extreme. I think that's way too far. But we can just make it negate second. We can just have it that they always get low rolls. I think that's fair. And they can't activate secondary or crits. So they get the minimum amount of luck that is reasonable. I think would work. 4 more, and then I think we can add 2. Compare a battle in Scarlet and Violet to one in Shin Megami Tensei 5. I'm guessing that's Shin Megami Tensei 5 and not SMTV, right? Or Persona 5, and you'll see just how bad Game Freak is at making turn-based battle look dynamic and action-packed. It's in the menus. I just missed the first hit of Wide Lens Population Bomb, and now I can't pay rent. I hate Absol. Competitive problems. Putting the idle chatter theme from Oblivion game gave me PTSD about the Scarlet and Violet NPCs. It really is a sandwich dystopia. But I think this would be a fun video. I'm not sure how long it would be. And I guess we'd probably have to have like a dedicated stream where we figured out all of these, because there's a lot of things to discuss, because there's so many possibilities for all of these Pokemon. So how'd you like the food? But this wasn't even on the Pokemon Prison video. This wasn't even on the Anna video. It's bland. It's not seasoned! That's 10, right? I think so. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, one more. Is Game Freak the Gohan of game studios? If so, there's hope. Just wait till Game Freak goes beast for Gen 10 for Pokemon Super and Duper. Just one more gen, guys. Okay, we actually got 10 comments. So I can press this button twice. We can definitely reach 200. We might not even complete the Johto decks here. What's the music theme based on? This appears to be Gen 6. Kalos Lo-Fi. The tertiary title being Pooper. Anybody else played the underrated game that definitely deserves a sequel? Final Fantasy Tactics A2, Grimoire of the Rift for the Nintendo DS? I mention this because there's a sword-wielding class. I think it's called Pavrir? I never know where the R goes in that. It might be Pavrir or Parvir. I have no idea. But in Japanese, they're called Yojimbo. I'm just calling them Samurai. But they use like a bunch of elemental slashes. And one of the best support abilities you can use is actually from Black Mage. It's called Geomancy, not the Pokemon Geomancy. But I think that'll just cause some people to freak out if they hear Geomancy. What Geomancy does is it lowers your opponent's resistance to elements by one stage. And because these samurai only use elemental slashes, they end up doing ridiculous damage with a magic ability. And I think that's what maybe you could do with Turbo Blaze and Terravolt, which is that it lowers your opponent's resistance to your fire moves or your thunder moves. So like you go up one stage in effectiveness. So neutral would become super effective. It's like super tinted lens, but only for your elemental stab attack. This is of course also extremely overpowered, but that basically is Desolate Land, right? Because Desolate Land powers up your fire moves by 50% anyway. So obviously would be extremely powerful. But I think maybe these legendary Pokemon should have powerful abilities. I think Terravolt and Turbo Blaze are a travesty. They sound so cool. It's so ironic that they're Mold Breaker clones. They don't break the mold at all. What? You could also make it so that your stab cannot be resisted. So you always deal at least neutral or better. So it's like really tinted lens. And that also means that Zekrom could hit ground types. We're not really considering balancing that much, right? These are cover legendaries. And I think Arceus should just have something called, like, Supremacy or something. I think in Conquest, Arceus' ability is literally called Omnipotence. And I think the Arceus ability, I guess they could also call it Omnipotence. What is this? There's lyrics now. I think it could just be a version of the Legend Plate from Legends Arceus. So always shift to a type to negate your enemy's attacks if possible. Always super effective against your enemies. Blatantly overpowered, it's the god of Pokemon. I think it should be blatantly overpowered. But Arceus also doesn't have pressure. It's multi-type. But I feel like multi-type as an ability is kind of a waste. I think it should have some super special, crazy OP ability because it's the god of Pokemon. So always resist or immune. Always super effective. Jeez, any chance of you playing Pokemon Rocket Edition? Now, that's not even the most recent comment. Ioshen on Pokemon Prison. We're getting almost a week into the past year. Pokemon fans are the FIFA fans of RPGs. I want this tattooed on the inside of my eyelids. Why would you say something so controversial, yet so brave? My bravery allows me to attack twice. Another potential Fire Emblem video we could do is on strange Fire Emblem localizations, right? And I think we could do an entire one on weapons. It'd be pretty short, maybe like 10 minutes. But there's some very funky weapons. Like, the Killer Axe and the Killer Lance are literally Kira Aksu, Kira Dansu. But the Killing Edge, which has always been weird, why is it killing and not killer? In Japanese, it's also wrong. It's the Kiru Sodo, literally the kill sword. What? I mentioned it because the brave weapons, I don't think calling them brave weapons, the beats, I don't think calling them brave weapons is wrong or anything, but in Japanese they're called the hero weapons, the Yusha weapons, and the Japanese word hero, there's two. There's AU, which is a hero, but like in like the more colloquial sense. So like a scientist could be an AU. But Yusha is hero as in like martial prowess. And the Yusha word is two characters. It's brave person. And then I'm guessing when they localized the hero weapons, they took just the brave part of it. And they just called them brave weapons. I think this is kind of weird. I don't know why they did that. I don't know what was wrong with calling them hero weapons. Maybe you don't want enemies using hero weapons because they're not the heroes, but they can be brave. How's the hero class factor into this? Hero class is literally Yusha, the martial hero. It's literally the same. There's some translations that are just kind of funky. Like, for example, I think Ragnell and Alondite, the sacred swords in the Teleus games, they're just reversed. So in English, Ragnell is Alondite, and vice versa. It's just flipped. I have no idea why. Hearing this music, I can't resist. I gotta put on my own rap.
Hello? Is this thing on? Is there anyone out there? Am I all alone? I need a bigger axe.
I need a bigger axe. I actually don't know any axes that have strange localizations. Etard also got changed. Etard is Ike's special non-Ragnell PRF. in Radiant Dawn. Trying to think of other things that are kind of weird. There's the high-level fire tome, Bolganone, which is very clearly supposed to be Volcanon, right? Because it's a fiery eruption, like a volcano, right? It should be Volcanon. But in Japanese, you can't, there's no way to say V. Well, there is a way to say V, but nobody uses it. It usually actually becomes a B sound. So I imagine they meant to write Volcanon, but they ended up going with the B, so it became Bolganone. Which always makes me think of, like, spaghetti bolognese, because it also, like, is red. I don't know if just those are enough to make a video out of. I'm sure there are some others if I were to look into it. Varia suit, yes. Varia suit's supposed to be barrier suit for Samus. Because you would say Baria suits, but it just became Varia. Armod's is just wrong too. What was Armod supposed to be? Oh, Wolf Bale. I think it's supposed to be Beowulf. I don't know what Wolf Bale is. Who put the wolf in Pokemon Prison? We've got to bail him out. There's, of course, the infamously awful translation of, like, Rapier Wolf Bale, effective against infantry, which is, like, as wrong as possible. There's nothing's effective against infantry. I would have to guess because the cameraman is a professional translator, and I've seen how translations happen. They basically get a giant Excel doc with, like, context for things. But the reason why I don't think it could be something getting mixed up is because there's not a single weapon in the history of Fire Emblem that is effective against infantry. So this is not a matter of things being swapped. It's just like a crazy mistake. I don't know how this happened. What it says in Japanese is effective against cavalry and heavy armored infantry. So they somehow left out the cavalry and the heavy armored part. All of this because this guy called me brave. Possibly in a mocking sense. Cheese, any chance of you playing Pokemon Rocket Edition? I've never heard of it. And I'm a good guy, not a villain. Ignore this bandit emote. Oh, Obsidian Knife, they were here earlier in the chat. They might still be here. Oh my goodness! Well, we know they're a big RuneScape fan. They're still here. Well, we have to read this, right? They put so much work into this. There's no way we're skipping this. Wow, great work here, Cheese. Hit the nail on the head about all those counter-arguments. What is Pokemon about at this point? Monster collecting. SMT has been doing that for a long while, but it's kind of in Persona's shadow when it comes to player count, hilariously enough. Pokemon is just an exceptionally subpar RPG series, and that kind of rides its own coattails of its own IP's name without any innovation. Pokemon likely did peak in Gen 2, at least compared to its fellow games on the market, but it never really evolved. You're completely right about bringing up Digimon, which is funny because most of that series has been a constant genre swap over and over, especially the original PS1 games. World 1 is a pet simulator adventure, 2 is a dungeon crawler, 3 is a more traditional RPG. I think I played 2. The latest game was a visual novel with poorly implemented map movement. It would have been better as a 100% visual novel. The gameplay is that bad. But to Digimon's... This is the one that somebody asked earlier for me to do a tier list on, right? But to Digimon's credit, they actually try to mix up the formula and see what works and doesn't, rather than become a stale mess. I think you hit the nail on the head. I'm hitting a lot of nails, at least 2. I think you hit the nail on the head about the first type of Pokemon fan having exceptionally low standards. I wish I could have standards that low. I will never understand why the largest selling IP gets the privilege of only being paired against its former entries rather than competition on the market. That's a point I should have brought up. Why is Pokemon only compared to Pokemon? Good for a Pokemon game, right? I imagine it's exceptionally frustrating as a developer when you watch a series coast off mediocrity for decades only to outsell games with a lot of heart and effort put into them. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. RuneScape player? The project you put your 100% into gets dwarfed in sales by the newest soulless Pokemon game, and it isn't even close. What's the point? Obviously, sales aren't the only thing, but it's an important one, and I wouldn't even be surprised if Pokemon's success with lack of effort is part of the reason for some of the decline in the AAA gaming industry in modern times. I'm not sure about this one. I think this more has to do with microtransactions, which Pokemon actually doesn't have. I would probably be categorized in the third group as a hater, but it's more akin to a disappointed parent in their child or something. I grew up when Pokemon was a worldwide phenomenon. It really was the best, and it felt like it deserved that worldwide hype surrounding. I was there in Gen 1 as well. It is a nostalgia thing, as you said, because so many people go back to prior titles and enjoy them. Everyone wanted a Pokemon Stadium 3 for a reason. Then we got Pokemon Battle Revolution SMH. I've seen what the series was capable of, and it's just really sad the state it's in. I feel fans deserve better than the product modern Pokemon games are. Scarlet and Violet was an unfinished, paid-to-enter beta test, absolutely inexcusable. When ET was released and was an unfinished mess, it nearly killed the gaming industry, and the games had to get buried in a desert. I love desert maps. Like I hinted at before, I think it's slowly, or maybe not so slowly, destroying the game industry by encouraging lower product standards. So maybe it doesn't have to be buried in the desert like ET to harm gaming as a whole. Very well thought out comment. I agree with basically all of this. But I think I do think the downfall, as every video essay says, the downfall of AAA has more to do with microtransactions being the best way to milk players. Most games that are utter slop can't count on monumental sales like Pokemon. I also think you're blinded by nostalgia. Can't trust any RuneScape players. Trust. Hypno. Old. I mean, I only type this because I know they're literally in the chat hearing me say this. The music track ran out. Pokemon the spin-offs, or Fire Emblem Lo-Fi 3. Chrono Cross. Oh, let's do Golden Sun Lo-Fi. I like that one. Golden Sun when? Oh, the Lost Age. One, two, three. So 2 more. From Ben. Great video, cheese. These are exactly my thoughts on modern Pokemon games. I've been really enjoying fan-made Pokemon games. I have as well. Infinitely more heart and soul in those games. Same here. Well said. Glad you enjoyed. At least the future of ROM hacking is bright. That, I think, is true. I haven't played RuneScape in a few years. Oh, okay. I hear the game itself is in a really good place. It's just the potential monetization issues that pushed me away. In addition to, I just played too much RuneScape. I need to not do it. I don't know where this comes from, but I heard it's like a meme line. I have no doubt that Reddit is improving my life. But it wasn't that. I guess it would be a riff on that. I have no doubt that RuneScape is ruining my life. But it's not RuneScape, it's me. I just need to be more disciplined. So really, the RuneScape video was like an excuse to quit RuneScape. Quit. I'll probably play it again someday. I need to get 99 agility. This is comment number 5, right? As someone who started following your channel around the time of Green Glitches, I really enjoy your content. I've seen this PFP everywhere. They are a true fan. Your brand of content is incredibly unique with the skits and gags, and whether it's tier list content or the edited videos, you always work so hard. They're so nice. And I mean in the best way. You have no shame. I wouldn't walk out in public doing the antics you do sometimes in these videos. The only one that was really, like, super embarrassing was the Bread Knight stuff. That was actually very embarrassing. The Resident Evil stuff really wasn't that weird. It just looked like a guy with a slightly strange shirt. That one wasn't that weird. Oh.
No! Don't go!
Where's everybody going?
Battle bingo? Most of the, well, when I did the red stuff for Crystal Legacy as well, atop Mount Silver, that was also like a little bit embarrassing, but I went to the park at like 6 a.m. so there weren't other people there. But that was less because I was embarrassed, more because I didn't want to bother other people, / I didn't want them bothering me, because I needed to like rant for like a minute and a half, so I had to go really early. The main way I deal with these things in public being embarrassing is just knowing that I'm never going to see these people again in my life. So I don't care too much. Do it for the content. I pretty much only consume Pokemon through you now, as someone who played it a lot growing up and having fallen out of love since about X and Y. So I definitely support you branching out, and I love Fire Emblem, perfect. So I'm always down for more videos on that franchise. Maybe for Pride Month you could do a Gay Awakening mod playthrough and make Krobin be a thing for real. Is that a real mod? Wedding Krobin is a canon hero skin, right? I've used Wedding Krobin in a video before. I think Wedding Krobin is a real skin. That's 5, I think, right? There you go, 5. Okay. We're at 190. We can definitely reach 200. Oh, this is a new comment. This was probably the last video I made to like achieve somewhat significant reach outside of like tier lists. This was last year. I think I also might have lied in this. I pinned the top comment. I pinned a comment by Worcester. I would trust that he knows the AI more than me, and apparently I'm just wrong. So this video is a lie, but I'm still happy with it. Well, the game wouldn't be good if we could just steamroll it like if we were playing against a 10-year-old. I wish they fought fair, though. There we go. I responded to this. Why is it still here? These stay here. Okay. Golden Sun livestream when? Golden Sun 4 for the Switch 2. I'll see you all there, right? There's Golden Sun music playing right now. Maybe the number 4 is just cursed. It does sound like death in Japanese. How many comments have you answered already? I think the count is right below me, right? 190. We're not reaching 1,000. Oh my goodness. This is comment number 3? Yes. When it comes to battling, the core of Pokemon, I think Scarlet and Violet have the best mechanics and the best balance of any Pokemon game. Ah, I disagree. I love playing Gen 9 random battles on Showdown, but every single other part of the actual game is complete garbage. I think this is a true sign that developers still love, care, and have a lot of talent ideas for the future. So what is getting in the way? Everything else. Phone gaming pushing Pokemon to be more cookie clicker than a game. That's true. Black and White selling poorly, telling Game Freak that we don't want good story depth. Well, I mean, they didn't have that either. I don't think that was the issue with Black and White. The issue was people rioting because the decks reset. Game Freak still having little experience with 3D and the team split in half on top of that. Is it little experience with 3D? It's been a decade. They're just inept. Many corporate hands in the pot. That's true. Gamers in general having an odd culture of shilling for low quality games for a long time. Definitely true. The game is geared towards kids, so no matter the quality of the game, many kids are getting it given for Christmas. True. That's why Christmas must be destroyed. The Grinch was right. The rise of the consumer type of man who buys as much as he can relating to a product to an obsessive degree. Pokemon's history of pushing boundaries leading to drawbacks being mistaken as Pokemon always being low quality. Red and Blue are broken mess, but they also did nearly push the console to its limit, while Gold and Silver did push the console to the limit, compared to Scarlet and Violet being buggy while also not pushing any boundaries. I do agree with this, yeah. The earlier games actually were groundbreaking, with some jank, and now we're decades behind, with even more jank. And lastly, everyone craves a good Pokemon game. It has become perfectly clear in our heads what they would look like, so everyone copes hoping that this game will be the one they are imagining. I do have to say, I really don't like Terra. But I don't like Terra for the same reason I don't like Fire Emblem reclassing. I think Fire Emblem reclassing and Terra both kill identity. I think it's ridiculous that Pokemon can swap to any type. I don't think it makes any sense. And I don't like it. The fact that it hurts Tyranitar has nothing to do with my opinion. I think we'll just cope here. Legends ZA has real-time battles. This will be the one, guys. That's 3, so 2 more. Aw, shucks, welcome to the YTC Institute. Do you have a rainbow badge already? Would you agree it's better than Dynamaxing? Yes. Dynamax is probably the worst. What is this? Pokemon is not the FIFA of RPGs because FIFA players hate FIFA while buying every FIFA game. You can't really show Wolfglick, the competitive player with the most awards, and talk about casual players. I didn't call Wolfglick a casual, right? In fact, I think I started talking to him exactly during the shift from casuals, right? I said that he was a Pokemon fan or else, I think. I'm calling myself a casual. Three. One more, right? 1, 2, 3, because this one was really long. 4, 5, okay. Wow, this is our first comment that is not on Pokemon. Like, this is the first one seeing this on this Scald video. Scald should only burn if the Pokemon has taken damage. It's raging, making it heat the water. Oh, so if the user has taken damage. So you have to take damage in order to be able to use Scald? That's interesting. Yes. I think Scald should burn if the user has taken 100% of their HP as damage. Perfect. We solved Scald, guys. If you've taken 100% of your health in damage, then when you use Scald, the anger boils the water. Perfect. Finally balanced. This is also another Olio thumbnail. Look how clear this is at thumbnail size. Or you can only use Scald if you get hit by a fire move. I think of the suggestions I gave for fixing Scald, aside from just nerfing the burn chance, which I think is the most reasonable fix to it. Like, reduce the base power slightly, probably. Reduce the burn chance. 30 is way too much. I think it should have a unique interaction with fire types. Like, fire types should just ignore it completely. Maybe they don't need to heal from it, but I think fire types should just be immune to it. Because then I think it asks a very interesting question of water types. I can run Scald for this huge upside, but then I now lose to fire types, or I have a lot more trouble dealing with fire types, even though my water attacks should counter them. So then maybe you have to run a separate water move. I think that's maybe like the most fair play to Scald. It also, well, buffs fire types, and I like fire types. That's 5. Okay, we can definitely reach 200. The 1,000 Heartless battle. Scald doesn't go away, I answered this. Just change it to water type freeze dry that works against grass. I'm going to say no. I think grass has suffered enough. No. Leave grass types alone. Actually, don't leave them alone. Buff them. I think grass types are too weak. What would Grass God 420 think of your suggestion? As someone who came to Fire Emblem in the new era, Awakening, I remember playing it for the first time and thinking, oh, this is what Pokemon should be. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because Pokemon and Fire Emblem are wildly different. Gotta catch all the units. Awakening was truly the beginning of the waifu wars, and like the shipping meta. That all started in Awakening. Try out Crystal Project. It's my RPG game of the year. Change it up with something positive. What is Crystal Project? Sounds like Final Fantasy. I've never heard of this. Final Fantasy is all about crystals. Maybe they meant quality-wise, yeah. More FE is this an Engineer Sentry? More FE content. Let's go. Can't wait for when you drop a 6-hour video all about Odin Dark, the greatest character in all of fiction. His hand hungers. His hand hungers. Wish his mom wasn't a mage. I think one of my favorite personal skills is, I think it's... Is it Ophelia's? It's either Ophelia's or Odin's from Fates. The one where if you forge them a custom tome with a ridiculous name, they get more crit. I really like that one. It's also a very powerful ability. I'm so sick of dealing with this response. This is one that does irk me over and over. You did not insult Novamons while being a Gen 1er. My brother in Christ, your game has a pile of liquid evolving into a bigger pile of liquid. It's truly endless. I also don't like Muck, but I think the Gen 5 object designs are a lot worse. I love Gen 1. I don't have to like Muck. It's truly endless. I think the object Pokemon work better when they're ghost types. Yes, most of the object mons... I think the best object mon is probably Aegislash. I really like Aegislash. Both design-wise, like in terms of how it looks and how it operates. And I think Aegislash is an object mon. But the idea of like haunted armaments, it's not that outlandish. It's great gameplay. I love Aegislash. Chandelure is pretty cool too. I don't even think Chandelure counts as an object mon. Does it? It's like a living will-o-wisp. I've never thought of Chandelure as an object mon. SV were a psyop to make Unreal Engine 5 look stable and well optimized by comparison. What about the Bethesda Creation Engine? The cope is real. Unreal Engine 5 games look awful. I mean, when you're used to Pokemon games, basically anything looks good in comparison, right? Any other Bethesda Creation Engine fans here?
We asked the audience, what question do you have for cheese? Big question for many. Why did you not optimize your Nintendo PC? Well, the thing is that we did. This is a next generation Nintendo PC. This stream has a lot of stuff going on, so the fact of the matter is, you may need to upgrade your viewing platform of choice. But I think that this stream has a lot of great things going on, and the fans are responding awesome.
Optimized. I think we got another 5. I think we did reach 200. Not actually 1,000. Geez, does the premium take forever to edit? Seems like it would take a while. Have you seen the Garrick versus Grotto editing streams? That'll give you a good idea of what it's like. Okay, I have to make sure that I'm not gonna miss this IRL meeting, so let me see. guys can't see me, right? Let me just in case I'm gonna do this. I gotta see how long it takes me to get to this place, because I've never been there. It takes me... Oh, 41 minutes. That's not bad. Okay. Not doxed. I have to be there at 3:10. But I also need to, like, take a shower and stuff because I can't leave looking like this, right? They're gonna think that this company is just a bunch of maniacs. So maybe 1:45 or so? Maybe like another like 20 minutes. I think that's our time limit. There's no way we're reaching 250. We just have to do the best that we can. Okay, Smash Hero 75 is a regular viewer. They definitely wrote this while watching the stream. There's no way they didn't. They're the #1 jerk enabler. I had to watch this again to really collect my thoughts. Pokemon is a fun series when played with friends, whether it be completing the Pokedex, challenging the battle facilities, dipping your toes in competitive, or just casually playing. Okay, but they sacrificed 2 interns. There's a different path for everyone. However, having said that, I feel like the newer modern titles are more of a chore to play due to how subpar or mediocre they are in their performance. Pokemon availability, DLC practices, or combination of them all and then some. Will Pokemon ever be good again like the earlier generations? Maybe. I'd like to think so. But it's going to take a lot of work and effort to gain the people's trust. Anyways, you should focus on streaming games you love to play. I think your streams are very entertaining and have a level of charisma that keep others engaged, especially when coupled with the cinematic masterpieces that are the graphics. I'm glad you think they're cinematic. You're doing a solid job, Cheese, as always. I look forward to your future projects. #1 jerk funding intern. Bunch of wordy comments. There's a bit of selection bias because if there were really quick comments, I probably responded to them already. Well, let's see what the AI says. It's all about the graphics, man. What is Pokemon about? Or gotta catch 'em all, but maybe not catch the new... This is pretty good. Are we sure that the AI doesn't know what it's talking about? It's an AI comment. It's pretty good. The AI came up with this? No. I came up with this. It's pretty good. It's learning. It's absorbing our powers. Thank you for keeping the channel stocked with plentiful, copious stores of jerk. The AI. I responded to this, but it didn't disappear. This is very annoying. 1313. You know, traveling with your group of friends is cool, but I would argue X and Y did it better. This has to be talking about... This would be about the point in the video I was talking about Area Zero. I'm sorry, but I cared more about Tierno and Trevor, who are they, than the Eevee girl. Nemona's way better than Serena Calum, though. Arvin and Shauna are both cool. Who are these characters? It's been so long since I played X and Y. You had like 3 rivals, right? Is Tierno the dancing one? I don't know who Trevor is. In Pokemon X and Y, they're not separate entities that only join awkwardly at the very end and don't actually know each other. You don't know Evie Girl either, since in this road you actually spend most of your time with Clive instead. Who's Clive? Isn't that Final Fantasy 16? Oh, the headmaster. Why can't he actually follow you there instead? In X and Y, they're always there at all points, and they may be annoying, but at least it's consistent. I think that X and Y were the beginning of the dilution of rivals. I would rather just have one dedicated rival. Like back in my day. But I don't necessarily disagree with them. AI generated jerk fund, 1075 macro transaction from Smash Hero 75. Obligatory jerk fund. I mean, that fits this one, right?
Great work, boys. Mutton's on me tonight. Victory screech!
Well, the mutton's not actually on me. The mutton's on Smash Hero 75. Mutton for everyone. There's actually... They sell mutton at the supermarket near the jerk store. The issue is I don't really have a way to prepare the mutton that doesn't make it basically inedibly tough. I think that is what people would call a skill issue, though. Do not nickname me Tierno. Trevor is the Dex nerd. I have completely forgotten who Trevor is. Well, who's the science kid from Kalos? That's not Trevor? I'm talking about the like Dr. Octopus guy. Clement, he's a gym leader. No, Lysander is also Dr. Octopus. There's two Doc Ocks. How many people have mechanical limbs? Brazil numero 5. This has to be about viewership demographics, right? The only thing I know about Brazil is this ancient meme. Brazilians pick Mordekaiser in League of Legends. Let's see, fairly long comment here. Clement is the gym leader, right? He has the Heliolisk antenna. Clement also uses octopus arms in the anime, okay. Clement is the kid Doc Ock. Lysander is the old man Dorito guy Doc Ock. What is Dorito man? Didn't that guy who called me a soy boy also say something to me about Doritos, or am I just going crazy? Let's see. I critique it. Only looking at one-dimensional side of something isn't ideal. You are right with untapped potential. The Pokédex is my favorite aspect. It depicts the world in multiple dimensions. Bias is shown it cannot fully be trusted since not everyone behind the Pokédex has all the facts. Pokemon are capable of speaking, but joy, all trainers know that. Some believe Pokemon evolve, others just chalk it up to growing up. I cannot share all my thoughts in this post, but if I want this franchise to improve, I don't have much fun playing. This is the most fun I have is in DA. It gives more memorable moments. What is DA? Dragon Age? The corruption within has to be confronted. I agree. Not all within are greedy, and not everyone in this gets the most out of being a part of this cash cow. I'm hopeful but drained as you are. I want it to be better. It's given a lot of joy to my little brother. He's my main reason for continuing this. It's more of a chore playing solo. DA is where I have the most fun. While I'm to gather Pokemon I love and may grow to love. I don't know what DA is. I want all Pokemon back. Same with all the lost moves. There is great potential, yet it isn't fully used. Well, this is clearly like an ESL speaker, so I don't want to like pick apart the strange phrasing. I'm just trying to figure out what he's saying. What is DA? Are there like different... Maybe it's like a different... I'm guessing it's a different abbreviation for the titles. Because maybe they have a different abbreviation in their language. And it becomes DA. That's my best guess. Or maybe they mean Diamond and Pearl, yeah. What? Who doesn't like dragons? Oh, I definitely feel drained. What does AI comments suggest? The AI comments don't appear on everything, so they don't suggest everything. District Attorney. This is what? I definitely feel drained. Sucked. It's given a lot of joy to my little brother. He's my main reason to continue doing this. I would say that your younger brother deserves the same quality games we got back in our day. Back when we didn't need to make excuses. Old. Let's see, that's 1. We answered that one before. 2, 3, 4. So 5, and then we get to increment here. Ace on base 1. Wow, Fire Emblem Engage tier list. This is the unit tier list. So there's a separate unit tier list and an emblem ring tier list. Let's see. Why the hell would you make a 2-hour video about this? Just explain your choices and show the list. Jesus Christ. I don't have time to watch this. Yeah, I get comments like this sometimes. I don't even know what to say to this. Like, what does he think the video is? I am explaining the choices. The 2 hours is me explaining my choices. I don't know what else to say. He had time to comment, though. I don't know what else to say. Tell him I'll make a YouTube short to suit his tastes. I mean, I think for like this style of commenter, it's pretty clear that nothing we say will convince them otherwise, so this is maybe the kind of comment that you could make an antagonistic reply to. Because it doesn't really matter what you say to them because they're not going to watch anyway. $2.05. If Gold Sleazy is here, I think since I'm actually on camera now, I should thank Gold Sleazy for the 50-hit pin missile during the premiere. Nice 50-hit pin missile. But I can't, like, reply to you on a premiere. If I hit @GoldSleazy, it never pulls up your username. I don't know why. But nice 50-hit pin missile. It'd be cool if you could actually see how long a commenter watched the video to see if they actually watched the entire thing. That would be really useful to know. But usually you can, like, put traps in it. It's like you can say something blatantly wrong, and then, like, a couple minutes later correct it as a trap, and say that it's a trap. I actually had a guy on the FE7 tier list say that he clicked off when I started dissing Marcus, but then he came back and then reached the part where I talked about how good Marcus is. Okay, I think this is going to be our last 5, because I think I'm running out of time here. I already thanked you too many times? Okay, well then I won't thank you. No thanks. I'm a gangsta X10. Says, man, your content has gotten so good over the years. I'm glad. You could make anything work if you keep going. I think it's a little optimistic, but I certainly have gotten more comfortable making stuff. These AI comments, they're useless. Thanks, will do. That's the plan. I appreciate that. No thanks, bro. We do actually have no thanks, bro, as an option.
No thanks, bro.
No thanks, bro. Thank you for watching. Hope to see you in future Pokemon FE content. I definitely do feel more comfortable with editing compared to when I started all those years ago. Old. Okay, we're still stuck in last week. We haven't really made that much progress, but we gotta keep typing. Not too many hate comments. They're overall quite rare, even on an incendiary video like Pokemon Prison. I think the worst comment we saw so far was the, I think I could say unhinged soy boy one. The only way to save this is to unban me from the Discord server. I actually have no idea who this is. I'm not sure who this is. It's just my honest response here. We can offer them something. Oh my goodness. 134. Something random 987. Let's go. Comment on Pokemon Prison. Interesting. I was having a conversation with an old group of friends about Pokemon. One of them completely stopped being a Pokemon fan due to the horrible quality of the games. Oh, they said the N-word once, I think? Well, they're out of there then. No problem. Okay, glad I don't have to think about that anymore. One of them completely stopped being a Pokemon fan due to the horrible quality of the games, but from time to time we do talk about the lore, because I do think Pokemon lore is an extremely interesting subject. Then that same week I spoke to a different group of friends about the quality of the games, and I say BDSP is the worst game on the Switch, and I will die on that hill. But when I started to talk about the quality of the games, that group of friends didn't like what I had to say. When they realized I was criticizing the games, I heard, oh no. Okay, then he muted himself on Discord, then another friend told me to never talk about the quality of the games again. I never understood why, because I thought it was pretty common knowledge that BDSP is a horrible game, and the Switch era of games is a horrible era for Pokemon, but they didn't want to hear it. It's kind of showing my age that when they said I spoke to a different group of friends about the quality of the games, I assumed they were talking in person, and I was confused as to how they could be muted. I'm a Pokemon fan that only started playing the game starting from Emerald moving up. I love Emerald, that's my favorite Pokemon game, but because my parents never bought... Are they German? We're getting some funky capital... I think they might be German. They capitalize nouns, right? Because my parents never bought me a DS or a 3DS. I had to buy that stuff with my own allowance, so by the time I had Emerald, you were all playing Black and White. I stayed mostly in touch with Pokemon through the movies. I finally caught up with Alpha Sapphire. I didn't buy Sword and Shield until 2020 because I noticed the quality drop, but also because I delayed buying a Switch because I was a college student and I didn't have a lot of money. But I know full well that we need to be asking more from Pokemon as a franchise because it's a money-making machine. I want a good Pokemon game in the same way I liked Emerald. I want Game Freak to spend 5 years on the next title to make us a proper title. I want games to properly cook to make something fun. But with friends who I know will buy the game no matter what quality they are getting, why change what you're doing? It's hard being a fan. I think I'll just have to reply that I was wondering how your friends could mute you. Back in my day, there was no Discord. I think I do agree that, well, is BDSP the worst on the Switch? I do agree BDSP is it probably is the worst. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, so 2 more. Detective Pikachu 2 was the worst for me? Oh, okay, well, if Detective Pikachu 2 counts, then yes, Detective Pikachu 2 is the worst. For sure. But I don't think that really counts, right? It's a spin-off. Hey, Cheese, thoughts on Final Fantasy V's job system? This seems right up your alley. I have no thoughts, because I don't know how it works. It's my honest answer. That's the 5, right? Or is it 2 more? 1, 2, 3. One more. 5 is really fun. That's not the one with the mechs, is it? Kefka is 6? And the mechs is 6? What's 5? I watched you because of the Fire Emblem. I'll look forward to the day when this is a Fire Emblem channel. FE8 Premium will get us there. Okay, it's 139. I think we can do 5 more. We'll get to 215. And that'll be the end. And I think I'll end at 145. Hey, Cheese, what's the best Fire Emblem to start with? Preferably in premium format? You can't get me. Bade used to be believable. This is the first one that's new. Mr. Imported Cheese, are you interested in Berwick Saga? I saw a Choops video on it, that's all. But what about the tears? The FIFA fans comment hit deep. Goal! One, two, so 3 more. Go sports? I love sports. Feminist speculative angle incoming. Something I definitely lack because we are a bandit camp. We are 96% male in viewership. Although it might not actually be that high. I think it defaults to male. But it's definitely overwhelmingly male. It might not be as high as 96%. I think I can say in pretty good confidence that at least part of Pokemon's current stranglehold on its fans stems from it being consistently one of the only franchises culturally acceptable for boys and especially for girls to consume alongside Harvest Moon likes. without being seen as weird. Things have definitely improved recently, but with the video game industry focusing so overwhelmingly hard, historically, on a male or at the very least overtly masculine audience. Holy cow, the 90s and early 2000s era ads are weird. Little pockets, like Pokemon, were perfect as a comfort game you wouldn't be judged for playing. There was a huge difference between being seen as a girl playing Pokemon and as a girl playing Metal Gear Solid, and hopefully we'll be able to see Pokemon's grip loosen at least a little from now on as demographics generally broaden. Just maybe they'll have to do better to keep us around. So are you saying we should blame girls? Because they're also playing this? No, that's obviously not what they mean. That could contribute to the better sales because basically everyone buys it. Gotta blame Crystal. That is an interesting. I'm not sure if I agree with this, but I mean, I think I just don't have the data available. Certainly earlier gaming was very heavily targeted towards men. Like, look at the way that they treat the girl in Pokemon Coliseum. Women need a stronger constitution to play better games. You definitely need a good constitution to play Scarlet and Violet. You're gonna lose your lunch. 3 is not enough.
The future is not written.
Game Boy, where's the Game Girl? Good question. The answer is to make everyone play Rune Factory. Then we'll all be equal. I really like Rune Factory. And Rune Factory 5 is maybe the only game I played that was in a worse technical state than Scarlet and Violet. But they did actually have an excuse. Back to the 1,000 Heartless to end. One, two, three, so 2 more. What's the next Gen 2 ROM hack we're gonna try out? I don't know. Maybe Crystal Clear? But I don't know if we would play Gen 2 again for a little while. Last 2 here, I think. Any Fire Emblem games with Furigana? I've been working on my Japanese a bit again. I think I'm really at the level where I may have to power through starting to actually use language. May play Dragon Quest 9 or maybe Yokai Watch. I don't think there's any FE games with Furigana. It's pretty difficult to read. It's really no helping that, sorry. Yokai Watch is a good idea, though. Very good practice game. Speaking of which, Citra, the 3DS emulator, is it still available? Is there a way to get it? Don't let the ninjas hear me. That's 4, right? I think the last one we'll do is we'll just go to the next one that has an AI response. There is? Okay. I'm assuming it's been forked, right? I need to find a fork link? Okay, we mostly have chopsticks here in Japan, but I'm sure I could find a fork, I guess. Like, the fork is not illegal to share, right? Like, the super illegal you'll get ninja'd for is ROMs. ROMs are illegal, but emulators are perfectly legal, right? We'll see. There's a week to sort this out. I knew a few forks were recently taken down. Chopstick imperialism. Well, we most certainly did not reach 1,000 comments, but we did try. And given this timeline, I don't even know if it's possible to reach 1,000 within 12 hours, which we don't have, but we did give it our best try. I think our last comment is, let's just find a, what is this? Oh, this is somebody defending Sonic Adventure 2, right? Haha! These Pokemon fans are such shills defending trash like SV. Losers. Also me. This mofo just slandered Sonic Adventure 2. Our species is cooked. But this is like self-defacing, right? So this actually isn't an insulting comment, I don't think. The Sonic rot runs deep? I agree. Unfortunately, you didn't get a radical point bonus for this comment because you didn't meet the word count and you touched the rail too late. Sonic Adventure 2 only has a few good levels. From the Pro Jared video, because he also thinks Sonic Adventure 2 is bad, I think at the end he made a very good point, where the Chow Garden is amazing, and in order to do the Chow Garden, you have to farm levels over and over. So you only played the best levels repeatedly to farm for your chows, and that's why you remember the game is good. Even though most of the game is bad. I think that actually is the secret. And I think I sounded a bit... I think I came off as a lot more negative against Sonic Adventure 2 than I actually am. Like, I don't hate the game. I don't think I would play it again on my own, but I certainly appreciate the cheese for what it is. We just gotta find an... Oh, here it is, an AI thing. And I think this will be our last one. I was first introduced to your channel via the Binding Blade playthrough with Barchor the Bombastic and his search for a long-lost friend and the power of many. So getting more Fire Emblem content would certainly be a plus for me. Lurking in Pokemon streams and seeing you trying to create enjoyment compared to how much fun you seem to be having doing dumb things in a Fire Emblem playthrough and all of its glorious half-coded jank and crappy sword-locked, foot-locked lords that promote way later than they should glory certainly helped. Yeah, Fire Emblem is just a better template for goofing off. Also having someone who could play FE ROM hacks and give criticisms to larger audiences would be sick. As taking thoughts and opinions at face value from only certain corners of the community only goes so far, rather than a more well-crafted or thought-out opinion. So this seems to be a Fire Emblem veteran. All I see is blackness. I think I do have that, which kind of fits with this spooky music. It's really hidden, though. I think it's just called Lose.
All I see is blackness.
Alright, what does the AI have to say about this well-reasoned comment? You are correct. I do think I have a lot more fun playing FE games that are designed with the intention of being bad or flawed. Did Kaga program the AI? Those games after I left, they made them bad on purpose. What's the other one? This is hilarious. What's the other one? I would like to do more FE ROM hacks. It's a lot of work to get my recording set up right. I mean, I don't even think I get my recording set up right. We're definitely going with the Kaga comment, but I do have to clarify that it's an AI. You are correct. I do think I have a lot more fun playing FE games that are designed with the intention of being bad or flawed. This is an AI comment. But I like to imagine it's the vengeful spirit of Kaga. Dissing the IS devs. The litmus test. Or the first serious Pokemon Prison break attempt will be the FE9 playthrough. Hope to see you there. There we go. These AI comments are pretty fun. You are correct. I do think I have a lot more fun playing FE games that are designed with the intention of being bad or flawed. Whether it was their intention or not, that's how those losers at IS ended up. They should never have booted me out. Come play Tier Ring Saga. Okay. That also was our 5th comment, so we didn't quite reach 1,000. We got kind of close. We got 215, so not even a quarter. Okay, we didn't get close at all. I forgot the. Where's the? I like to imagine its vengeful spirit of Kaga. Well, I guess I was wrong. This is pretty minor, though. Before vengeful spirit, I'm not changing it. I accept it. I'm not changing it. I will own my mistakes. It's already on video. But sure, just to appease the bloodthirsty masses. I guess I was wrong. Alright, thanks everybody for joining. I hope you enjoyed this double feature of the Banded Emblem Premium into the 1000 comment battle, which we lost horribly. But I guess you can keep that our high score was 215. We might actually do like an AI comment stream because these are pretty funny. Where we just hunt for these AI comments. And sometimes we find some human comments that are also just real head scratchers like the Soy Boy one. Okay. We lost the battle, but the war awaits us. Premium 1000 comments video when? How do we do this? The bootlicking for modern Pokemon games. Is this what's gonna end on the screen? Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you for joining me. But next week, we're gonna do 2 streams. Planned, at least. For sure, 1000% is the... a Nintendo Switch 2 reaction. But next week is also April Fool's, so if I can find a way to get Yokai Watch 3 on my Nintendo PC, maybe with some cutlery like a fork, and I can get it to work, then we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll have to think of something else. This is probably something I'm going to have to do eventually, so if you know anywhere to get forks... That's like safe, right? If you know any forks that you can share at like a yard sale, let me know. We'll see. 156. I might have dawdled too long. Yeah, we didn't reach 1,000. We only reached 215. But that's our current high score. Maybe we can top it next time. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, we've already been here for too long. Thanks for watching, guys. I can dawdle a little longer. I can dawdle a little longer. Very slightly. Very slightly.
Great work, boys. Mutton's on me tonight. Victory screech!
Victory screech, which takes a turn to use, so I might just have to be out of here. So nice 50-hit pin missile from Gold Sleazy with a final parting gift, infecting 50 more. One last dodge for the road. Thank you everybody for watching. Thanks of course to all the mighty Patreons, and thank you to all of the donators as well. I do really appreciate it. I hope to see you next week. I don't think there's going to be a video uploaded because I'm going to be ambushed. Well, it's not ambushed. I was ambushed by it last week. I have a big translation request to do, so don't expect an edited video. That's what I'm going to be doing all week, just working on this video. That's what I'm going to be doing right now. I'm going to be getting ready to go to this cult meeting. I might already be late. Thanks for watching.
Alright, well, that's it. We just officially ran out of time. I have to be done by 5:40. It is now 5:40, so that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll suspend the chapter here and we'll pick it up next time. Thanks for watching, guys. I gotta go.